Oh, it says I'm on it, right? Hangout is live on air. All right. Uh, I'm amazed I can't invite anyone I want to, public or otherwise. They always send invite to Spellbinder. What? Uh, public. Well, public is automatically. And oops, you can't go public. Send it circles. Hey, I got instant circles. Oops, try again. No, I guess not. It's green, but it doesn't allow. Always amazes me about who I can invite. And I got all of us. Oh, it will invite all of us. And I don't know what that means exactly. 5 members. Dutch cents. Oops, try again. You can invite them. Oh no, it's not possible to invite another group's group. Interesting. Let's see, I have 115 followers or members. I have 3 customers, whatever that means. I don't sell anything, so that kind of blows me away. I got 3 VIPs, which I can invite them. Oh, okay, invitation posted. But I can do this. I can actually go on my page where my Wednesday night is, and well, let's do it this way. I can copy this and say hi, put a dash or a space. I can paste, put that on here, and to the site. Play games too. And I can go back. It may be the same thing. I don't know. I have to, when I post it, find out this is the same site. And I can go, oh, okay, it's different. And I can share it. And it will share this stuff out there, and it's open to the public, and anyone that comes on my site, I can put that out there. And it still says start, but I don't need to restart it because I'm already there. Okay. Okay. There I am. And I'm live. 10:47 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm on the air. I'm having always a conflict with Google how they handle things on this. And they always seem to handle it wrong, and I don't know why. And I'm still trying to figure that out, why they have such a conflict with me going public. Oh, maybe it's because of the stuff I say. I don't know offhand, but they're kind of going, we're going to kind of keep you under covers. Or like Constantine, the series in some way. Keep me under covers or something. I don't know. I'm going to take a moment, and I'll be back here in a moment. I'm going to take a moment and walk over to the refrigerator and grab me a tall one and come back. And I'll be on here. Okay. Oh, give me a tall one. Oh. Okay, I'll have a tall one. Already. They're like blazing saddles, but that's beside the point. feeling like blazing saddles or something, you know. I'm getting louder, drink like a fish and eat like a bird, but that's beside the point. I'm on here, and it is Wednesday night. I'm waiting for people to come in. I did send the invitations out, and I also posted them for an invite on my Google Plus site. Not the actual site. Maybe I should go to the actual site on Google Plus. And, well, let me go to my Google actual site, see if it's posted. It should show me on air. And no, it doesn't offhand. Share what's new. Well, share what's new. Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hi. You made it on here. I see you. I see you. I see you found my place.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I was out there just telling people that I can't go public. I can't go to other people's hangout and have them come on here with their followers. You know, just the way Google Plus is set up, I guess. I can't invite other people. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, well, I'm running a news service, Green Diamond News 2012 is the name of my newspaper. So you can just imagine the kind of blockades and the kind of little roadblocks I get is what I'm trying to say. If you're running a news service, it's even worse. You're just a single individual. Well, you read news reports, yes, I'll give you that.
Oh, yeah, I do my homework and stuff.
Somehow or another, your buddy Mike Rivero has been showing up on my news feed on YouTube. So I've been watching that.
Oh, he's cool. He's really on target. I mean, I've actually called into a show on Bamboozle and on this broadcast and talked to him. So I'm in contact with him. I mean, not a buddy or anything, but I ask him questions or tell him stuff I came across. And, you know.
Oh. I see.
Oh yeah, Mike Rivero is on target. He's better than Alex Jones in his own way. I just like the way he presents the news. He won't cover anything outside of the news. I mean, if you come in here with chemtrails and stuff, he'll deny them and everything and say, that's just conspiracy. I need to talk about that. We need to talk about what's happening over in the Middle East and what's happening over in Ukraine. And I mean, I understand he has his targets, and he's on that, but he doesn't want to expand outside of that. He wants to give the real news as far as stuff happening in current affairs. He doesn't want to speculate outside. And I understand that. I mean, it's perfectly normal. I mean, he's trying to run something legitimate, so he's not looked at as a kook or anything. So, he only covers the basic facts, things he can read out of the articles that he has on his website. Whatreallyhappened.com, and he was shut down for a couple of days because somebody made an attack on his server. And somebody used a fake server to say that it was his server. And what happened with that is it went through, and his server company that serves him on the internet said, "We got complaints and you got to fix this." And he paid $200 to find out where it was, and it finds out it was a second server who made a link to another server, and it wasn't even his fault. He had nothing to do with on his site that happened on his website, whatreallyhappened.com. I mean, that's and
Yeah.
uh, and he had to fight against that. And I guess his site's back up. You can go to www.whatreallyhappened.com and go back on his site and see the new stuff. But they're still having little problems with it, and he's saying he's going to have to rewrite his entire site in a month or so because he has to move up to this next level where his server presents him and move up to that level so he can be protected from these attacks, these hacker attacks that are out there.
Yeah.
And that's what he's under. It makes me afraid to say anything anymore. But that's what they want. They want you to be afraid, the NSA and the rest of them. Don't say that you're against whatever the government propaganda is with the news media. Ooh, that's bad. What we say is good. And, it's like that. It's exactly like that. We're being manipulated and controlled as a civilization, and that's what we're under. It's amazing.
The puppet masters are in control.
Oh yeah, they're definitely in control. They're doing stuff like this against independent media who does report the truth, and then you have the mainstream media that's paid millions of dollars to tell you lies and disinformation to go along with whatever the governments of the world say, or the government of the United States. I mean, you get better news from overseas than you get here. I mean, what's going on? It's amazing.
I've been trying to listen to Chris Hedges give speech after speech after speech after speech promoting his book. And he paints a very bleak picture for our future.
It is very bleak. It's very bleak whatsoever. I mean, you're looking at the financial system taking over, which they already had for 100 years, and I mean we're in that takeover, and they're paying for everything that's going on. Call them the top of the pyramid, and we're at the bottom. I mean, the masses, and they're playing this game with us.
And the first thing they want to do is get rid of the unions.
Oh yeah.
So we have a billionaire governor who basically wanted to be governor. He used his billions, I guess, to get in there. And what's the first thing they always want to do? Just like Tommy Thompson up in Wisconsin. Let's get rid of all the labor unions, and the first ones to go are going to be the administrative governmental unions. We're going to get rid of some of them.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing they're after, is to get rid of everyone's independence and make you, a supporter of the base and or the pyramid, and go along with whatever they say, whatever they do. You got to believe them. It's the funniest part of it. And it's not really funny. It's actually evil and encrypted. I mean, I watch Fox News every once in a while. I watch CNN every once in a while. All they talk about, we gotta go over and destroy these people because they want to join up with Russia and China and be in the what is it the uh, what is that system? It's a new money system where they trade amongst themselves in their own currencies and don't use the dollar. The
Correct.
brick, that's it, brick. I had B in my head, but
Brazil, Russia, India, China. Yeah.
and they're all dropping out. And if Greece actually does drop out of the EU, others are going to drop out too. This is going to be a domino effect. And they got a president in there. He was reelected 2 times. The first time they tried to get him not elected, but the people still voted him in. And then the second time he was overwhelmingly, with all the false, the fake voting and everything going on, and he got back in. And he's saying, we don't want anything to do with the banksters of the world. We don't want this thing. I just watched a video today with Mars, Jim Mars on there. Now Jim Mars seems to know this stuff, and he had his video on Hulu. It was called the conspiracy, alien and other conspiracy, and it's an amazing thing. You watch it, and he points it all out. He just gives it to you, just on a platter. He says, "Here, this is what's going on. This is how these creatures, if they are human, are doing all this stuff." Because he has his doubts they're human, because humans have emotions, we have relations to our families and everything. These people have no relation to anything but themselves. It's all me, me, me.
Yeah.
And
Maybe these people are have a lot of psychopathic tendencies. These people at the top, and sociopathic tendencies. Maybe they're a bunch of freaking mental cases in charge.
that's it. They should be all taken and psychologically evaluated and looked upon, and say, are these people really fit to run the government of any country? I mean, there's other countries that are going along with this. They got to be psychopaths and sociopaths and nihilists and narcissists. They look in the mirror and see themselves as a god. They believe they're related back to the Anunnaki and related back to these gods of the past. And I don't know. That sounds pretty psychologically, screwed up, if you ask me.
Yeah.
They're all related to these gods of the past. I mean, it just blows me away. A lot of them think they're from Nimrod. The Bush family, the Cheney family, Obama through his mom. I can go down a list of all these presidents who think they are related to something at Nimrod, and they're Nimrod's children from ancient times, and they deserve to rule the world and control us and tell us what to do and how to act and everything. That's pretty scary. That's pretty psychological. They need to be evaluated on. That's crazy, isn't it? Doesn't that sound crazy? It sounds crazy to me. That they believe all this stuff. I mean, in Jim Moore's video, he actually pointed out all the family lines, and they're all related back to the Queen of England or to one of the princes and earls and whatnot, are all related together. and they believe this. Maybe they are. Maybe the bloodline goes back that line, but that just makes them blue bloods and think that they are still trying to run what is the word? The word is
Just got a call from the Queen. Wants to run.
Aristocracy, or what is the word? Starts with an A, and they believe they're royalty. Oh God, I'm having a hard time with the word. Aristocrats, maybe. I'm not really sure. I mean, Aragothes. They think they're related to all these bloodlines, and that gives them the right to be rulers of the world.
My buddy is related to the House of Tudor. He's related to Mary, Queen of Scots, the most hated woman in England. You know, the one that got beheaded. Yeah, my buddy's related to her. Yeah. Yep.
Does he have a chip on his shoulder, or is he like all in with the people?
Well, let's just say Brother Bob is his buddy. Okay, you know Brother Bob?
No, I haven't heard of him. Is he in your circle, or does he have? I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed by.
You know what I found out? They said, "What's wrong with you people in America? Everybody's got to be drug tested for a damn job." Over in Europe, it's against the law for an employer to drug test a person for a job. Yeah, that's what I heard today. Can you cross-check that? Because if it's true, that doesn't make me feel good.
Oh, no, it doesn't make me feel good either. Because I already know that Washington District criminal legalized marijuana as a recreational drug. D.C. is now legalized marijuana for the senators and the congressmen, and for some reason, that's okay.
Well, I want everybody that's arrested for anything like that to demand a trial by jury. Even if it's a misdemeanor, demand a trial by jury. I think you can still get away with it because somebody said it's right in the Constitution. You can demand a jury of your peers when you are arrested. So even if it's a misdemeanor, demand a jury of your peers. Try it. It might work. It probably won't, but you could try it.
Oh, yeah, but there's also the chosen jury that they go out and choose certain people by interview. And they interview them and say, do you like this certain drug, and are you for it? And if they say yes,
that's jury tampering.
Yeah, I know. There was a book written out there about that. There was a book talking about the jury's rights. And the jury has the right to tell the judge, we believe this person is innocent. And the judge can't tell him otherwise, and if he does, he's not doing his job. He should be, taken out of the jury altogether, and a new judge appointed, because he's influencing them and saying, well, you gotta say things this way and do things this way. But there is jury nullification that's out there that says you can't do that. We know what's right. I have a booklet on that. I actually do. I actually have a booklet on jury nullification, I think it's called. It's where the jury has the right over the judge, and if whatever they come up with in a jury trial, that's the law, and the jury makes the law, not the judge. The judge never has the right to make a law.
Basically, it's our last line of defense, okay? It's our last stand. If this attempt fails, we're done. Okay? Everybody's got to pitch in and do their part to demand a jury trial, because why? They cost thousands of dollars nowadays, and they're not going to want to do that.
I know. We can break them financially by doing that, and it will It will make them think twice, not not allow. See, they're trying to get rid of the judges. You noticed on TV they have Judy Judge and all these other judge shows on there where you come up against the judge. You have no jury. You just got you and the judge in the court. Yeah, I mean,
What is the American public's fascination with all these, these judge shows? I find it totally bizarre. Is it like this in other countries? In
no.
Latin America, do they have TV where they have a bunch of informal courts and the tribal councils and so on? What, is it like that in Europe and Poland? Do they have all these Polish courtroom dramas and so on? Everybody's paid off.
Okay, I have what in my hand is called Citizens Rule Book. It's called the Citizens Rule Book by Bill of Rights Jury Handbook. You should hand these out to every juror going in there and say, you got to have this in your hand, read it before you make a judgment. Because citizens make the judgment, not the court under a jury. And it's called the Citizens Rule Book. And it's out there. I have a copy of it. I have one in my hand right now. I mean, it tells me all the articles and everything, the Constitution, and in the beginning it says the jury appears, and it talks about what you have the right to do when you're sitting on the bench, or in the jury benches, and what you can say and not do under the Constitution. It says you have rule over the judge. The judge is ruleless on here.
Yeah.
I'm going to put my glasses on and I'll read the first paragraph, just the first paragraph. Jury duty. The purpose of this booklet is to revive, as Jefferson put it, the ancient principles. It is not designed to promote lawlessness or a return to the jungle. The ancient principles referred to the Ten Commandments and the common law. Common law is the big word. Common law is a simple term, just plain common sense, and has its roots in the Ten Commandments. In 1776, we came out of the bondage, capital words, with faith, capital word, understanding, capital word, and courage. Even against great odds and with much bloodshed, we battled our way to achieve liberty. Liberty is the delicate area between the force of government and capital, free will of man. Liberty brings freedom of choice to work, to trade, to go and live wherever one wishes. It leads to abundance, capital word. Abundance, if made in itself, will result in complacency, capital word, which leads to apathy. Apathy is let George do it philosophy, and always brings dependency. That's the capital word. You let government do it, government will do it. For a period of time, dependents are often not aware they are dependent. They delude themselves by thinking that they are still free. We never had so good. We can still vote. We will. Or can't we? Actually it says can't we? Eventually abundance diminishes and dependency becomes known by its true nature. Bondage, capital word. There are few ways out of bondage. Bloodshed and war often result, but our founding fathers learned of a better way, realizing that a creator, capital word, is always above the greater than which he creates. They established a three-vote system by which an informed citizenry, citizens are informed, can control those acting in the name of government. To be a good master, you must always remember the true pecking order or chain of command in this nation. It is God, one, man, 2, constitution created by government, 3, and government created corporations, 4. So therefore, it's God, man, constitution, and government. But yet, they have taken this and switched it around and put government at the top, God at the bottom. They've actually reversed this. They're saying is that government and created corporations are first, then constitution, then man, then God, etc. The base of power was to remain with we the people, the biggest words on the Constitution. We the people. That's us, not them. They are our slaves. They're supposed to be our slaves, but do what we tell them to do. The base of power was to remain in we the people, but unfortunately it was lost to those leaders acting in the name of government, such as politicians, bureaucrats, who definition of the word bureaucrat in the old Black Dictionary, the very first one is they sit around and do nothing and collect money, judges, lawyers, etc. As a result, America began to function like a democracy instead of a republic. A democracy is dangerous because it is a one-vote system as opposed to a republic, which is a three-vote system. 3 votes to check tyranny, not just one. American citizens have not been informed of the other 2. Our first vote is at the polls, the election day, when we pick who we are to represent us in the seats of government. But what can be done if those elected officials just don't perform as promised or expected? Well, the second 2 votes are the most effective means by which common people of any nation on earth have ever had to controlling those appointed to serve them in government. The second vote comes when you serve on the grand jury. Before anyone can be brought to trial for a capital or infamous crime by those acting in the name of government, permission must be obtained from the people serving on the grand jury. The Minneapolis Star and Tribune in March 27, 1987 edition noted the purpose of the grand jury is this way. The grand jury's purpose is to protect the public from an overzealous prosecutor. The third is the most powerful vote. This is when you are acting as a jury member during the courtroom trial. At this point, the buck stops with you. It is in this sitting that each juror, capital letters, has more power, capital letters, than the president, all of Congress, and all of the judges combined. Congress can legislate law or make law. The president or some other bureaucrat can make an order to issue regulations, and judges may instruct or make a decision, but no jury, capital, can ever be punished for voting not guilty. Any juror can, and with impunity, choose to disregard the instructions of any judge. Repeat that. Any judge can be, and you can disregard them, or attorney, in the renewing of his vote. If only one juror should say not guilty for any reason, there is no conviction and no punishment at the end of the trial. Thus, those acting in the name of the government must come before the common man to get permission to enforce a law. You are above the law, capital letters. And there's just the first part of this book, the Citizens Rule Book. Everyone should have a copy of this and know this information when they go into a jury crime. I don't care if they lie to them and say, oh yeah, I agree with capital punishment and destroying the world and everything. Once they get in there, it doesn't matter, because you are the juror and you are above the judge, and the judge can't you just point out to them, you can't say that my vote is wrong. I don't care if you think you're God or something and walking around in pants. It's just that way. Okay. As a juror in a trial, capital juror, when it comes to your individual vote of innocent or guilty, you truly are answerable only to God Almighty, capital letters. The First Amendment to the Constitution was born out of this great concept. However, judges of today refuse to inform capital jurors of their rights, capital, and the Minneapolis Star Tribune is a newspaper article appearing in its November 30th, 1984 edition entitled, "What Judges Don't Tell the Jurors," stated, at the time of the adoption of the Constitution, the jury's role as defense against political oppression was unquestioned in American judiciaries. This nation survived until 1850, when the prosecutors, under the Fugitive Slave Act, were largely inaccessible because juries refused to convict. Then the judge began to erode the institution of free juries, leading to the absurd compromise that is the current state of the law. While our courts unfortunately state juries have the power to return to a verdict of not guilty whenever the facts they routinely tell the jurors the opposed or opposite. Further, the courts were not allowed the defendants or their counsel to inform jurors of their true power. A lawyer who made Hamilton's argument would face a professional discipline and charges of contempt of court. By what logic should juries have the power to acquit a defendant but no rights to know about that power? The court decision that have suppressed the notion of jury nullification cannot resolve this paradox. More than logic has sufficed or suffered. As originally conceived, juries were to be a kind of safety valve, a way to soften the bureaucratic rigidity of the judicial system by introducing the common sense of the community. If they are to function effectively as the conscience of the community, jurors must be told that they have the power and the right to say no to a prosecution in order to achieve a greater good. To cut jurors off from this information is to undermine one of our most important institutions. Perhaps the community should educate itself. Then citizens call for jury duty could teach the judges a needed lesson of civics. This booklet is designed to bring to your attention one important way our nation founders provided to ensure that you, not the growing army of politicians, judges, lawyers, and bureaucrats, rule this nation. No, we're just saying you rule this nation, not them. They're not the rulers. You're the rulers. You don't put them in there to rule. You put them in there to do their job, and you have the right to say, you're not doing this job right. That's basically what it's saying. And it will focus on the true power you possess as a capital juror, how you got it, and why you have it, and remind you of the basis by which you must decide not only the facts placed in evidence, but also the validity and applicability of every law, rule, regulation, ordinance, or instruction given by any man seated as a judge or attorney when you serve as a capital juror. Now this is the book. It goes through, and they will tell you the jury rights. It says, we the people must relearn a desperately needed lesson in civics. The truth of this question has been answered by many testimonies and historical events. Consider the following. Jury rights. The jury has the right to judge both the law as well as the facts in controversy. John Jay, First Chief Justice, U.S. Supreme Court, 1789. Second, the jury has the right to determine both the law and the facts. Samuel Chase, U.S. Supreme Court Justice, 1796. Signer of the Unanimous Declaration. Fourth, the jury has the power to bring a verdict in the teeth of both law and fact. Oliver Wendell Holmes, U.S. Supreme Court Justice, 1902. Again, the fifth, the law itself is on trial quite as much as the cause for which it is to be decided. Harlan F. Stone, 12th Chief Justice, U.S. Supreme Court, 1941. The pages of history shine on instances of the jury's exercise of its prerogative to disregard instructions of the judge. U.S. versus Dogentry, I'm not really sure how to pronounce his name correctly, 473 F. 2nd, 1113-1139, 1972. There we go. You got these examples going all the way back then, and it's like you have the right to question the judgment of the judge. And that's in the Citizens Law book. Or rule book. I call it the rule book. I am impressed that a lot of people don't know this stuff and don't understand it. I mean, it's plain as the back of your hand. Really. Huh. I mean, it goes on and on and on. I mean, this thing's 60 pages long and tells you your rights as a juror and not the rights of the judge. The judge has no rights. The judge is there to judge, but there's a jury. The jury makes the decision from whatever the defendant and the prosecutor say, and not the judge. The judge can only bring his hammer down or his wooden stick and say, I sentence you to this. Well, no, he can't do that unless the people and the jury say he can do that. That's the facts. They have no rights themselves in making the decision without the people of the jury. That's a simple way of putting it. The jury is the power, but they want to get rid of juries. Oh my God, they've been fighting to get rid of juries for years, and they want to get rid of them. So you go against a tribunal, and you're up against just the judge and several other people standing around and going, you're guilty, Mr. Wadsworth, and you have to be put to death because you believe in books and you believe in all this stuff. There was a Twilight Zone episode. It comes to mind very, very readily about that. And it's Wordsworth. And Wordsworth was, he was just a person that had books. And these books told him things that they didn't want you to know or didn't want you to read. And he was brought upon a trial, and in the end, he reads the Bible, and there's a bomb in there that's going to go off, and you locked the door and kept the prosecutor in there and blew them both up to prove a point. But that's the side point of the Twilight Zone. That was a good episode. I think more people should see that episode and understand what's going on today. I mean, it just points it out just so blatantly of what's happening today. And that was back in '62 that the episode came out from Rod Sterling, and it was great. That's something everyone has to keep an eye on. I forgot the name of the episode, but it was about the guy at I'll think of the actor's name, who was in Rocky, in the first couple of Rockies, as his coach. That's the guy that played the part in the Twilight Zone, and it just comes to mind, and it's amazing. Wow. Any comment? You can come back on. I didn't shut you off.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
there you
that
go.
was a little amusing.
Yeah. Well, I read some of what there is out there in the jury citizens, jury handbook, and it's very educational.
Yes, it is.
I came up with the Twilight Zone episode because when I was reading that, it just came to mind. The Twilight Zone episode. I seen a Twilight Zone episode where the judge makes all the decisions under a tribunal, and you're brought upon them, and you sit there, and there's no jury. It's a tribunal of all their peers, and the peers of the judge and everything, not the peers of the people. It's really opposite, and that's what we're undergoing that way. Like I said, Judge Judy and the rest of them, that's what they want. They just want that. They don't want you to go have a jury trial or anything. They want you to have that.
Saves money.
Saves a lot of money. Yeah, that's one of the big things. If more people actually call for a jury trial, well, they're going to have to start thinking, that we're going to have to do something, but that just brings them out. It's like they say, to show a dictator, you have to make them prove themselves as a dictator. Kind of like Abomination. He proved himself as a dictator. You pushed him to the point where he's now just pencil whipping everything. Pencil whip this, pencil whip that. I am the government, not Congress and the Senate. I say the Republicans are fighting against it, but I just saw us put them back in, and they just want to go to war. War is the secret of it all. War finances the military, military complex. We got to have war. And that's what they're after right now. They want war with Russia. I just don't understand that. Why do you want to go up against a first power equal to ours, and we'll just annihilate each other, and this Israel's going to be the only one left at the end of the game, and they're going to have 400 plus nuclear missiles and be able to rule the world, saying, if you don't do what we say, we're going to blow you up the rest of the way. We already made these two blow themselves up. Now it's your turn to be under our power. And that's what I'm basically seeing. I'm seeing a power struggle here, and Israel's going to be the next power. I already said Netanyahu's whiter than I am. He's a lily. He came from the Ukraine, as far as his race, and they came down and took over Jerusalem, and all of Palestinian land was ran by, well, Christ's offspring. No matter what religion they were, their uncles, cousins, nephews, whatever, from Christ's family name, his bloodline. Not personally his bloodline, but his family bloodline. And they're down there just blowing them up and taking them out. I mean, it's like they did Iraq with the Babylonians. That was all Babylonian bloodlines in Iraq. and they just took out all the Babylonian bloodlines, and that's what I see going on. I mean, it's simple. It's not hard to realize it once you realize you read the text from the Babylonians that they have a bloodline all throughout the Middle East also. And the thing they did is when we went to war with Iraq is that they went to Baghdad. They made a detour from where the war was happening and went straight to Baghdad and took that over. Why? Because the library was there. Not the library, but the museum. And it had all this technology from the Babylonian times. And they went in there and they allowed these people, shills, to go in and rob the library. They said they only got back like 600 pieces of tens of thousands of pieces that were stolen from that library down in the basement. And it had alien technology in it. And this is the type of stuff that they went after. They went after the alien technology. And that's what they're looking for. They said that even Saddam Hussein kind of said that he was basically the reincarnation of the great leader of Babylon, and that he was going to rebuild the generating plant that was done in Nebuchadnezzar's time of error, and he was going to rebuild this power plant that ran off of nothing and had no harmful effects once it was tuned, and have free power. Well, when that came out, that's when they went after him. That never came out in the public because the mainstream media never reported on that, because that would make everyone go, so there's alien technology. No, they don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know the aliens have been visiting us for thousands of years and coming down here, and they're still today either part of our government, controlling our government, or is the government. Now, there's three possibilities there. Just pick one of them, and you'll probably be real close. It's the way it is. We may be under that influence. That's why they're destroying everything. They don't care. I mean, I watched a documentary where this guy was in contact on the base at Area 51. Well, he actually he talked to the tall whites, and the tall whites kind of mentioned that, on other worlds they kill all the animals off except themselves, and they kill everything off, and the only people that live are the ones who are supreme, and the rest of the animals die. But yet this is a female high white, because they talk more than the males did, and told this guy who was a weather guy that, we kind of fascinated by you because you actually take care of your animals and on your farms and everything, and you kind of take care of them and everything. You didn't just wipe them off the surface of the planet and just have you. But most of the other planets do that. That's just kind of woke me up to the fact that, yeah, that's what we're doing now. We're actually, with these superior rulers, are wiping everything out except themselves and maybe a few other people to wash their clothes and, cook their food and plow their lands and take care of the grass in their lawns. And that's all they want. 500 million people. Out of 7 billion people, they only want 500 million. But it's known as a fact that in Hong Kong, I think it was either Hong Kong or Thailand, in the main city, everybody in that city, even though they're packed like a sardine, have 1,700 feet of room to live in. They're like in their own little palaces, in all their buildings. They have large buildings with several rooms and all this stuff. They have that, but yet they're saying we're overpopulated, and that's just in Hong Kong. And the idea that Jim Marrs came up with, and I already knew it, that you could put every person in Texas with the same amount of space. Everyone, 7 billion people can fit in Texas and have 1,700 feet of room in each of your houses. That's how small the population really is if you look at it that way. We're just ants on a ball, and we're like grains of sand, and that's the way we are. It just amazes me. I'm just sitting back going, I knew this. I even made videos. I have a video on my YouTube about the population growth and how it's a lie, that we're overpopulated, we're destroying the planet. Yeah, but if you put everyone in Texas, the rest of the world is free land. It's fur land. It's open land. It's out there, undisturbed, untouched. And you could put the whole population of the planet in Texas. How come they're not going for something like that? Because they only need 500 million to be their slaves to these 1%ers that rule the world with 60% plus of the world's wealth. They just need a little bit so they can look out their window and say, look, I can see 20 miles and that's all mine. 20 miles of land in every direction. And that's 1%ers talking this crap. And it's like, these people are psychopaths. I'm telling you, they're social psychopaths. They're narcissists. They're absolutely narcissists out there in the world. And they're running on this world. I mean, I can give you the name of that video if anyone wants to see it. It's on Hulu. I mean, it's absolutely on Hulu with Jim Marrs. And he explains the whole thing I already knew from other sources, and he puts it together nicely. He talks about the whole thing, and he puts it together nicely. I don't have to go on my Roku to go to documentaries on Hulu and bring up the name of it, but it's like Aliens and the New Conspiracy of the New World Order, I think is what it's called. And he sits back there and he does this. It's in high definition, so everything he shows is nice. It's nice looking, and you know you can sit back and watch it comfortably, going, "Wow, this is put together nice." He shows Egypt and all these. You know, he has this different videos going, and it's nice. It's nice video. It's a real good video. I mean, when it came out, it was $19.99, but now it's free on Hulu. So if you have a Hulu Plus, I don't know if you have to have the Plus or not. I just happen to have Hulu Plus, so I'm able to watch this stuff and on documentaries. You could probably find it on YouTube for free. Aliens and the New World Order, I think it's called.
I had to stop watching Jim Marrs because I realized that everything he said was true, and it was way too frightening, and I had to move on. Okay.
Oh yeah. I mean, you ignore it, but it's still coming. They're killing us still with chemtrails and everything else that's going on. I just pointed out to a friend of mine, Chuck, and I said, look, and I just met him in the parking lot, and we always, where we meet, we always goes, Mr. Anderson, we can make this all go away, as in the Matrix. And we were talking, and I looked up, and they're spraying these checkerboards in the sky. And I'm getting there going, look, there's that jet. There's another one. It's spraying this from horizon to horizon, this smoky trail. And I've never seen that before 1980-something. I mean, when I was a kid, jets never left trail to trail across the atmosphere. We never had anything like we're seeing today, and it's obvious. I mean, I was young. I'd never seen anything like we see today with these chemtrails. They're not contrails anymore. They're chemtrails. They have mixed aluminum and barium in the fuel, and they're just spraying the sky with it. And they're calling it climate control. No, I call it poisoning us because it comes down to the surface and we breathe it in. We're breathing in aluminum oxide particles. We're breathing in
Oh,
barium, which is a
wait a minute. Wait. Do you know that aluminum is toxic to your soil and your plants can die from it? So don't you think that's toxic for humans also? If what you say is true, what happened? He's still there because I can see my microphone. But he's muted now. Bobator is here. Can you
Baltor
hear
can't.
me? There he goes.
He can't. He can't face
Bobator
the
muted
truth.
you.
He can't face the truth. He keeps muting me. He can't face the truth. Look up in the sky there in UK and
So anyway,
I just ejected him because he kept muting me. So I got mad at that. He's gone.
good.
He's in England and he can't look up in the sky and see what's going on. And he's going to mute me. He must be a shill. He's got to be a shill. I've talked to him enough. I even called him out as a shill, and he muted me as soon as I do. He's a shill from England.
I think he may be an agent.
Yeah, he's a troll, a shill, whatever you want to call him.
We got serious matters here to deal with. I mean, I've been researching this chemtrails. I'm no skeptic, and I have just touched the tip of the iceberg on the subject. And what I found was so horrifying, I didn't even want to dig any deeper because the whistleblowers, I'm sure, probably, under, stress and so on, and I didn't even want to go there. But I know that I did see enough concrete evidence to realize that they are doing something. Plus, over 30 some years ago, I discovered something called the weather war, and this is the basis for the beginning of the spraying and so on. But all the countries of the world are using, electromagnetic as well as HARP and, the aluminum oxides or whatever.
Well, you heard the story about Virginia, right? That they were spraying contrails and they were so low that it shorted out the electrical system of a town. The entire town's, all their transformers blew up and everything.
When did this happen?
And about 20 years ago.
Ah. Yeah.
And it blew out the entire electrical system. You can actually look it up. Virginia town in Virginia, United States, had a blackout due to chemtrails, and you'll get several hits on that.
It's frightening. Absolutely frightening.
The aluminum settled on all the electrical system, and it just shorted it all out. It became a conductor, and blew all the transformers, everything. The radio station went off there, TV station, everything in this town. I can't remember the name of the town. I think I have the document, but I have to look it up. And I don't have any of my documents, probably like you, not in order. I don't have nothing in order. It's just, I collected these things, put a date to them. And, that's about it. I mean, this stuff is just so unreally real. Oh, man.
Yeah, are you familiar with Codex Alimentarius
Oh,
and the
yeah.
United Nations?
And vaccinations and GMO, that covers all that. They, they won't allow GMO to be controlled. They just have to have GMO.
But yet they don't allow it in most European countries.
No, the GMO is being outlawed in France and in I think a couple of the other countries up there. Austria, I think, is starting to go against it. They're all saying we don't want GMO. China's automatically, they've turned down many of our shipments of corn because they tested it and it was GMO, and they said, send the boat back. Oh, yeah, we got all types of problems out there with these geoengineering human race. Like I said, it's like the guidestones are coming true. They only want 500 million people, and if they can, they'll get rid of everyone else. And you're not on the save me list. It's one of those things. You're not on the save me list. Uh, and it's just that they're just playing this game, and they just continue to play it. It really amazes me. So what's up, the one and only?
What's up, man?
What's
What's up,
up?
man?
Just hanging out.
We're sitting here talking about the conquering of the human race, I guess. I don't know. It's the subject is now, I guess. I was on jury duty type stuff with the citizen rule book and named everything out. It'll be on this video.
Yeah, I was
And,
listening to a little bit of that earlier.
and it's all out there. I mean, there's cases where the jury is in control of the judge. The judge is only the judge what the jury decides, and the judge has to take what it is. It's not like King Solomon or something where we hack the baby in two and give you one part and the other. That's what they want. That's like, Judge Judy or something, where one person makes a decision without a jury. And we want to have a jury of our own peers to make a decision and say thumbs up or thumbs down, not just the judge going thumbs down. Or actually, it's the other way around. I actually read Roman history, and actually thumbs up was to kill and thumbs down was not to kill. But that's another story.
Are you sure? Is that true?
Yeah,
Well,
it actually is.
here's a
Go ahead.
little dirty secret that a lot of people don't know unless they've actually taken legal courses. I thought I wanted to be a paralegal, so last year I started taking a course in paralegal. And the reason I decided against it was not only because now criminal law is awesome. That, just sitting in murder trials and stuff like that would be awesome, and that's interesting. But the bankruptcy and family law and all that is just completely boring to me. But anyway, as we got farther and farther into research, the thing that bothered me the most about it and what really concreted my decision not to finish this course was when you study the way a courtroom works And you really realize that when you say a jury of your peers, see, you realize that you actually, there is no justice. Really, there isn't. You buy justice depending on how much money you have. It all boils down to winning that jury over. If you don't win that jury over, that's why there's people that go before a courtroom and you think this person is guilty as shit and everybody knows it. But he or she swayed that jury. That jury likes that person. When you can make a jury actually like you as a person, you'd be surprised what they're willing to overlook. And that really bothers me because when you say jury of your peers, they're not really your peers unless, it all has to do with personality, character, whether they like you or not. And I just decided that I cannot morally be a part of that. If somebody comes into the law firm and you know they're guilty as shit, and you're the paralegal, your job is to do all the research. You get all the information together ready for the attorney, so when he goes into court, you've got as much research as you possibly can. If I come into the law firm and a client comes in and I think he's guilty as shit, every bit of research that I have, everything that I have dug up on this guy, he's fucking guilty. It's obvious. But if I take a stand and I tell my boss, I can't go along with this guy's guilty, but he's on a $3 million retainer or a $4 million retainer, the law firm's not going to give a shit. It's all about that money. You have to decide, are you going to sell your soul and not give a shit about it and just go for the money aspect of it? And I'm not saying that all trials are this way, but there's just that 1 out of 5. Can you live with yourself if you know this person's guilty, but you're thinking about that money? Can you do that, or do your ethics weigh out? And I just came to the point to where, see, you can go in there and you can take a stand and you can say, I just can't go along with this. I personally think the guy's guilty and I just can't go along with it. Well, you're going against your law firm. You're not with the team. And if they fire you, they could blacklist your ass to where no law firm is going to hire a paralegal that goes against the rest of the team. You see how that works?
Oh, yeah. That's definitely how it works. It's the money and everything. That's why you have to have a well-informed jury. When the jury goes in there knowing all the facts before each side talks their talk, and then you're making the judgment between the two, the prosecutor and the defendant lawyer, and you have to be able to know both sides.
But
You
see,
have to
but
be well informed.
here's the deal, though. The jury may know all that. You've given as much evidence, but it's a he said, she said situation on a big scale, because you've got the prosecuting side, and then you've got your attorney and your lawyers on your side trying to, you're both. It's like a game. It really is. I mean,
Yeah.
prosecutor goes and says his piece, and then your attorney tries to sway the evidence in your favor. But what it all boils down to is, if that jury doesn't like you, it doesn't matter. I could have all the evidence in the world that I'm innocent, but if I'm not a likable person, sometimes that doesn't matter, and it goes the other way too. You've got Mr. Actor come in the room. Oh, I've seen so many of his movies. That's not supposed to be a factor, but let's face it, it is. If you like this person, and how much can you overlook? And it's an unspoken thing when that jury goes in that room. That's why sometimes a jury can deliberate 2 hours, or they can deliberate a month. Because if there's one person in that room that says, I can't go along with this, the rest of them are in there, especially when they're sequestered. and they're saying, come on, we want to go home. We've been here for a month, man. This is getting old. I got kids. I want to go home. We've been in this room for a fucking month. Will you please just, you know,
Oh, I see where you're coming from with that, but also it actually comes down to who is the better liar on either side, the prosecutor or the defending lawyer,
there you go.
and that's what it comes down to.
There you
But
go.
it should come down to cubono, which is who is the definition of cubono is who gains from this? Who is the one who's going to gain from this trial as far as the people involved? Who's going to gain? And now that's what the Romans used to do. They were under cubono, where it says, well, who's going to gain from this? And that's how they used to make their decisions is, well, you're going to make a lot of money if this guy is put in prison or killed, and you must be the guilty person because you're going to gain the most out of this, financially or whatever. And there was trials like that in the Roman times, and they called it cubono. Who gains from this? You can make that with anything going on right now in the world. Who gains from all these wars? Who is going to gain? It's going to be the military-industrial complex, as an example, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I see your legal point of view on that.
But I mean, war is a money-making business. That's why they're always so easy. It's always so easy to declare war. War is a money-making business. You buy and sell arms, you get territory, you get more power. Governments don't give a shit about people. They don't. They're not, they don't care about you. You're a faceless person. And
Exactly.
I hate to say it that way, but
Exactly.
they're looking at the good or, control of the many, and they don't give a shit about the few. They
Oh
don't.
no, they don't. They don't care about us. We're just the worthless feeders or whatever. We're just taking their resources away. That's what they
But I do
look at us
have
as.
to say this, as much as it pains me to have to see both sides of it, I do, because you got to look at it like this. I know that a lot of people think it's a harsh term to say, oh, eugenics is a horrible thing, but think about it like this. There's got to be control somewhere, okay? You've got too many people that don't have any business having kids, and the ones that should be having them aren't, because they're looking at it like, my kids have got to go to school with all these motherfuckers' kids, and the school system, they either can't or won't control them. They're not allowed to. You can't spank kids in school anymore. I'm sorry, I'm for corporal punishment. There's a big difference between spanking a child and beating them. That's just my opinion. There was many times I got spankings, and I deserved every damn one of them.
Just stop it. Are you back?
Yeah.
Okay. I had to tell them to stop it, the NSA and stuff. I'm blinking like a light bulb on my router, and you dropped out like I lost, and it kept saying, you lost connectability, you lost connection. No, I didn't. Somebody just
But,
blocked me because you're talking the truth, and the
well,
truth hurts.
I'm just saying, there are reasons why I do believe that it has come to the point to where you've got too many stupid ass people in this world. It's not that there's too many people, it's there's too many of the wrong kind of people.
Oh yeah, you got your psychopaths, sociopaths, and well, I guess people like Obama who looks in the mirror and thinks that he's above everyone else. They call him. God, I got that word. I got every word except that one.
But you know what though? There's just as many poor people that have the same attitude. They think they're better than other poor people. You've got elitist attitudes in the poorest parts of society, and that's what's really messed up.
I almost think that's trained. That's been trained in us through schools and stuff.
I think it has.
Yeah, I really think that most people wouldn't be that way if they weren't taught it. And you know, what does TJ think? Oh,
Yeah.
TJ.
Oh yeah.
What do you think about that?
Oh man. I'll tell you what, I've been watching Chris Hedges, and he has all his book reviews and all his little speeches. It's just so depressing because, I mean, the guy's been all over the world. He's seen what's going on, and so it's just absolutely frightening, the picture he paints for our future. I'm speechless. So anyway, I think I'm locked out.
I can hear you.
Okay, pardon me. Jury nullification. That's all I can say. It's our last hope. I've been on a lot of juries. I didn't really enjoy it at all.
I've never had to go to jury duty. I've been called in a few times, but luckily I never got picked because they were boring. They were like land disputes. Ugh, boring. Now, a murder trial would be interesting, but any kind of bankruptcy or anything like that, boring. That's boring.
How about a crack cocaine trial? Does that sound interesting?
That could be.
Yeah.
It depends. It depends. I just like to watch the function of a court. I mean, I think it's interesting.
So you like watching like Judy's Court and the rest of them, or
I
without?
don't I don't really watch that much because to me it's too scripted and I don't know. It's too reality TV kind of. I'm more into a lot of the documentaries and stuff on ID, Discovery Channel.
Uh-huh.
I watch ID a lot. I like watching murder mysteries and that's interesting
Wow.
to me.
Yeah. I got access to all that from Roku and other places, or Hulu and places of that nature. I can find it and watch it if I have the channel.
It
That's what
amazes me how crazy people are and how they're willing to just murder each other for little or nothing. That's what I don't understand. I mean, there's so many times when relationships go wrong, and instead of just splitting the sheets and saying, okay, this isn't working out, I'm out of here, they kill each other. I don't understand that. I don't understand why just because, you catch your man screwing around with somebody else, you go kill him. Life's too short. Why ruin the rest of your life over one person?
Yeah, that's true. Why even do anything like that? I mean, it's not worth it. I mean, I've watched movies even where they just kill somebody and they know they're going to get caught and have to go to prison for it. And it's like, is it taught to us through movies and TV shows and stuff? I mean, is it some type of programming that they're doing?
Well, one thing, there's no loyalty. It's like now if you're an honest person or you're loyal or you care about people that are close to you, you're a chump, you're stupid, you're weak, there's something wrong with you because you don't join in with everybody else. You know, it's all about popularity and, you know what I mean? I mean, it's almost virtually unheard of. I know there's a few of us left that are like that, but there's a push toward everybody's so consumed with their own life and how they feel.
Your
And
connection is experiencing difficulties. Check your connectivity. I have no idea what that is. If you're still hearing me,
Yeah, I am.
yeah,
so I don't understand where that's coming from. I'm getting these flags on here. You know, it's coming up on the upper. I mean, I have no idea what that is. I mean, maybe it's cutting me off alive or something for the connectivity or something. I don't know, but we're still on here, and I just got live now. It's back. Live's back, and we're still on here. I just have to go back and watch to see if there's blanks in this when it says that, just to check it, or just to see if somebody's just playing games over at Google Plus or somewhere.
I've seen a steady downturn in society since social media has become so popular, though. Within the last 10 years, it's really gone downhill.
Oh, a lot. It went downhill so badly that I don't know what to do. I can't even work a full year now because it's just that bad. I mean, I'm into almost a temporary state of temporary jobs and contracted, you know, for maybe 3 months, 4 months, and then they let me go, and then I have to do it again and again, and I'm always given good gradings on my work and everything. It's just that for some reason or well, my last job, I worked myself out of a job, and this company burnt me, and they didn't really burn me. They just said that where you're unsubstantial, you made 2 or 3 mistakes over a year, and I was out of work anyways. I had nothing to do. I think they wanted to keep me. The immediate managers wanted to keep me, but I told them I didn't have any work to do. And so they went to their supervisor above them. He brings me in the room and says, well, you made this mistake and this mistake. This is a multi-million-dollar business, and well, we're going to have to let you go or take you to your locker. You'll get everything out of it, show you to the door, and out that went. That was stupid of them. The only reason I worked myself out of my job because the other people weren't able to keep up with me, and I became I don't know what that was all about. Yeah, they like doing that stuff.
Well, that's something else that's ingrained with your average employee now. It's you're supposed to be like a drone. You're an employee. You're not supposed to have any kind of real input unless you have a piece of paper on the wall. And that's why I've decided to go back to school, because I want to be one of the people with the paper on the wall so I can be an asshole too. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm ready to take on that debt so I can be an asshole and get paid well for it. Because I've done my time as a regular employee, you know?
Yeah. I guess I was just too smart for the job.
Well, and you know what? I never thought I would say that. I never thought that I would come to a point in my life to where I really was willing to go to school and get that piece of paper so that I could just be an asshole. I give up. I want to be an asshole too, you know?
It has prices to pay when you become an asshole.
Well, I tell you what, a lot of the people I know that's got a piece of paper on the wall, they make a lot of money and they don't do shit. They don't. They don't even know what's going on. You ask them, you know, what's going on inside the company. They don't know. There's too many chiefs in the teepee. I'm just one of the chiefs, and fuck it, I'm here for a paycheck. I want to be one of those people.
Yeah, that's what I guess I have to be. I'll
You
have to
get days
relearn.
off that no one else gets. You know how it is in the office. You get days off the rest of the drones don't get. You get to get away with shit that the other drones don't get to get away with because you have a title.
Oh yeah, I'm sure my managers were taking an hour lunch instead of a half-hour lunch, because I see them come back in, you know, after I got off my half-hour lunch, and I may be on, I mean, even on a break an hour later or hour and a half later, whatever, when the next break is 2 hours, and they'd be coming in the door. So where in the hell have they been? You wonder about that. You wonder where they've been.
I want an office like they do so we can sit around and watch YouTube half the day and sit around and laugh at fucked up videos and stuff and then shut it off real quick when one of the drones comes in and needs direction. That's what I want to do.
That's wild. Well, you want to work at Bowen then?
Hey man, law enforcement, that's good second, I guess.
Well,
I want to drive around and I thought about the private investigator thing. You said I could do stakeouts. Hell, I sat at docks for 10 years in a truck, waiting to get loaded and unloaded. That did not come out right, but basically that's, it's freight. Okay, let's specify that. Freight. Okay, that's a truck, okay? But, yeah, I could sit at stakeouts for hours at a time.
listen to music on the radio or whatever, or tape, and
Yeah. I could do that.
wow.
I just want that piece of paper, man. Fuck it. I want that piece of paper so that I can be an asshole too and make lots of money for not doing shit. That's what I want to do.
Well, I said I did work almost a year as a government welfare recipient at a company, and the job was so simple and everything, but I was getting bored, and I speeded it up for myself. I found ways of speeding it up and everything, and they didn't like that. They didn't like me speeding up the job and doing it properly and stuff. They just weren't into that.
No, they're not into the fact that you want to take initiative and do different things, and that's not in the protocol. You're not allowed to do that. You don't have a piece of paper on the wall. How dare you?
How dare I take decisions? How dare I use my 140 IQ? How dare I? And everyone else has an average IQ of 90 to 99 or something.
You are a worker bee. Be a worker bee, because when you start coming in here thinking that you're one of the soldiers, nope. Here's your pink slip. See ya.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought. I had everyone I worked with, I was friends with. I was so great. And even with the direct managers, I was a dream come true. I was making the product move, and well, I was going faster than the others who were prepping the product, and that wasn't allowed, I guess. Coming up with the answers, man, it's bad. I'm amazed they didn't just move me up. I was thinking they would probably move me up if I'm doing this great. Oh, no, that's not the ideal. You're a worker bee. You're not one of drones. You're a worker bee.
Well, it's also groupthink. You read 1984. You know what I'm talking about. Groupthink. Team player. How dare you have your own ideas? Nope, that's not in the protocol. Team doesn't think one person at a time. Team thinks for the team. The team has to approve. If the team does not approve, then you're wrong.
That's a weird thing, because where I worked at, it was all this teamwork, this go for zero, go for this, go for that, and you had to be in a certain mindset of the company, and well, I was thinking outside the box. Apparently, that's wrong. I'm thinking outside the box. I guess Galileo is right, and Da Vinci are right. You can't think outside the box under this new religion they got out there.
Well, it also depends on your title as to how much you can think outside the box without approval.
Yeah, I ran in that with others who thought outside the box to me, and they were just technicians, and for some reason that wasn't correct for me to think out of the box as a contractor, outside contractor. Oh no, you can't think outside the box. You're just a contractor. You're just supposed to be a working bee. And that's what happened to me. And they set me out the street. That's what they call it. Put me on the street. I worked myself out of a job and they stuck me on the street.
Best thing for you is to go to Manpower. Now, Manpower will get you a job and demand top wages. Tell them you aren't going to take less. And remember the secret. Once you get in, you'll love it. But every 30 days, you tell them, you call the Manpower office and you say, well, I've been here for 30 days. I think I'm ready for my 50-cent raise, right? And they'll give it to you. But if you don't call and ask for it, you will never get it. So usually you find out somebody will tell you and you've been there like 3 months and you've already missed, 2 or 3 raises. Okay?
Oh, I didn't think of it that way. I should have done that with some of these other companies I work for. Should have called them up and said, I need a raise. I'm doing such a good job. I need a raise.
When that guy told me that, I'm thinking, those dirty crooks. They never mentioned anything about I was going to get upgraded and increase in wages automatically. They never said a word about it.
Yeah, but you know
Imagine
what?
that.
There's also nothing wrong with starting at the bottom, and if it's a good enough company, you can work your way up.
Well, see, when I was working through other contracting companies, temporary services, I told them I needed $18, $19, $20, and I was getting those jobs for $18, $19, $20. And I was working for maybe the end of the project, whatever the project was. But I was making good money, and I was able to stash away money. And when I wasn't working, I had money already stashed away, and I can sit back. Like right now, I got about $2,800. And I'm sitting back right now because I really have no bills. I have nothing. Everything's paid for. And so I'm not doing too bad right now. And I'm waiting for February to get over with and go into March before I'm really seriously going to look for a job if I have to do electrical work outside, and construction and do that type of work because it would be a little warmer. I mean, I'm 55. I mean, what am I going to do? I want warm temperatures. I want to work inside of a plant or something. I want to work in a factory or a construction inside someplace where I'm able to use my electrical skills. And that's what I'm waiting on. I'm waiting on something of that nature. Get back inside. My last job was inside all summer long and up through, I guess, January 23rd, I was inside, and it was a controlled environment. They had environmental rooms where I had to work in. They were, working under a microscope. That wasn't too bad, doing microscope work. I mean, electronics under microscope. I don't know if I can actually say what I did, but I did work for the ICBM mission, and that's what I was under. And I didn't feel comfortable working under ICBM because I realized what it was the third activity of we have intercontinental ballistic missiles that we have out there, and I was working on a specific system, and I don't even know if I can even mention it. I think I mentioned it before, and if
Hercules,
know,
the Hercules
huh?
system. It's the second line of defense.
Well, I'm in the third.
The Minuteman missile.
There you go. And that's what I was under, the Minuteman mission. And I worked on a certain system, that the guidance system for it, and I was I mean, this stuff is from the 1960s, and we're rebuilding stuff from the 1960s and taking it apart, finding out what's wrong, put new parts in, and put it back out there again.
Spellbinder. I think I can post a link on that sample of that, what you used to work on. There was a sample on YouTube. I think I can post that link in the chat room, or in the chat box.
Well, you probably can. I've seen a video which shows the missile take off out of the silo. It goes up and it breaks off, and it has a rocket that breaks off from that one, and it goes up, and it has this little capsule thing. It kind of looks like the Apollo mission capsule, and then that thing shoots off and it spins around the warhead and it hits whatever it's supposed to hit within 3 feet. But that's basically all I can say about it. I don't want to jeopardize myself because I have a secret clearance, or did. I don't think it exists anymore. I used to have one. And that was through the Big B, and I don't know. I don't know what I can say. I'm really not sure. I had a two-star general come in and say, "Our mission is important." I went to these meetings they had at Big B, and where I worked. I'm not going to say where. And he came in there and said, "You got to go out there and tell people how important it is to have the ICBM mission, and how important it is to support it and give money to it to keep it going." It's a 60, well, no, it's 1960, it's 55 years old now, system. But it goes back a little bit, but that's beside the point. And it was the mission. It's all about the mission. You need to go out there and tell people how important it is. And so I don't know where my classification ends and begins after the general came through. Two-star general. I'm not going to mention his name because, you know, he just came to our base and got a tour, and he got to see what we do. And
why am I having this visual of Dr. Strangelove while you're telling this story?
It is. It really is. It really is. Dr. Strangelove. I'm seeing that too. I'm seeing, and I'm like, I don't know where I can begin and end on this conversation publicly on the web, because it's something they're continuing on, and it's a system that's actually built for the third world country. It doesn't involve the second and first world. They didn't say that. I'm saying that we have these missiles that can be launched out of, you know, the West and, you know, hit any target they want to, but it's for the third world country to be afraid of it. It's the fear that we have these third line missiles that we can hit them with without shooting our highly advanced missiles which I know they got. They didn't say this, but I know they got these advanced missiles. They got to have the same thing China has and Russia has. These whoop-de-doo missiles, they call them, that go up and down and guide it and everything and hit their target. So it's not against Russia and it's not against China because they already got these highly advanced systems. This is all about the third world country.
You know,
That's
I don't
what it
even
is.
think other countries are necessarily afraid of us anymore. I think they just look at us like this big, huge asshole with all the money. You know, it's more like a hatred thing.
Yeah, but they do have the ICBM and they can shoot that to the third world countries. They have no defense, they have no counterattack, and we can turn them to glass. And that's basically what it is. We can turn them to glass, and they should be afraid.
But you know what?
Oh
They know
my
how they
God!
could bring us down, though. They know exactly how to bring us down. They just immigrate over here. They know
By
if they drag our economy down, we're done. Because as much as we say that we just cannot stand the way that Americans are so selfish and all we think about is money, every one of us are like that to a certain extent. Because as we all know, being poor sucks. We love our cars, we love our TVs, we love having money, we love our fast food, we love all the things that a first world society affords us anytime we want it.
oh yeah, that's the hypnotism. Hypnotize and mesmerize. That's what they're doing to us. They're hypnotizing and mesmerizing this
Well,
entire thing.
it's excess on demand. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You got the money, it's right there, whatever you want.
But they're hypnotizing and mesmerizing you. It's a snake looking in the snake's eyes. And the snake is looking back at you, and you're going back and forth with the snake. And the snake is looking.
And I just pull a mouse out and feed the snake.
Huh.
I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't like the way I'm not going to sit here and totally dog this country. I'm not, because I like living in the first world. I like having whatever I want right there 24 hours a day. I'm not going to be a hypocrite and say, oh, I wish I lived in a commune and ate rice cakes all day and peace and love. Fuck that hippie shit. I don't want to live like that. I'm a dirty hippie out in a damn commune. Screw that. I mean, it didn't work for them.
But it's coming to us. It's coming to us in a slow motion. They're slowly hypnotizing and mesmerizing you to agree with. You're not standing up like 1776. You're not there going, wait a second, you're trying to hypnotize me and mesmerize me, and no, you're just kind of going along with it, and it's all back and forth. The
I'm
hypnotist
not going along with all of it, but I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm totally against all of it, because I'm not.
should, because we should be like Russia is right now and trading with our enemies, trading with everyone as an associate. What do you think they got this new order coming out from Russia, China, and the rest of the world against us and Israel?
Yeah, but you know what, though? What do China and Russia have in common? They're both communist countries. I don't want to live in a fucking communist country. I don't want
Okay,
to. I don't want to have to give my papers out every time I go somewhere. I don't want to be
no.
questioned constantly. I
Have
don't
you
want to
been
be
there?
told.
Have you been there lately?
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go to a communist country.
Have you been there lately? Have you
No.
seen the papers? Have
Nope.
they shown them to you to say, you gotta show your papers? No, they
Spellbinder.
haven't.
Spellbinder. It was
It's-
just on the news today. They're passing laws I didn't know this, but before you could get on an airplane by showing your credentials of a driver's license and so on. But now the security agencies are going to require that you have special, like you says, papers or some kind of special.
Exactly. I
But you know
saw
what?
that.
But you know what? Let me say something about that. If you fly, you got to do this, that, and the other. Do you know how I take a stand against that? I don't fly. You will not find my ass on an airplane. There ain't no way in hell. I'm not going through security scanners. I'm not getting on an airplane and flying anywhere. No. That's how I just boycott things I don't like. I wouldn't put up with that shit. I'm not gonna. I won't go into any
But
airport for any
they're
reason. If I got to fly there, I'm not going.
they're doing it though. That's the whole thing. We
Because
have
people put up with it if they would quit flying for 1 week. If everybody said, fuck this, I am not putting up with this, and refuse to fly anywhere, how do you get somebody's attention? How do you get corporate America's attention? You stop buying their product. You stop supporting them. I guarantee you 1 week with not one body on a plane, and they will change their tune. I promise you, because you'll be cutting into their bottom line. If nobody's flying, nobody's making any money.
I
Problem
agree.
solved.
I agree. I agree totally. But these creatures are out there pushing it on the general population, and they're doing it through Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, CNN. What do you think they're listening to? They're listening to the propaganda, and
But
they're
what
out
does that
there
make them?
following it.
What does that make them? That makes them, in my opinion, stupid. If they have to have somebody tell them how to live, how to think, what to watch, how to believe, what to believe in or not, to me, you're a follower. You fucking deserve everything you get. If you don't have a mind and you are not free thinking enough to choose and make your own decisions, then if you let someone bully you into just following the status quo because everyone else does, that's on you. I don't
See,
watch that shit. I don't watch
that's
Fox
that's
News.
the whole thing. 300 million people do, if not just 200 million. I think it's only 200 million, and they are the they are the ones who are above you because they do listen to it, and you're just like me. We're just well, little ants in the anthill going, or say the cow. There's a nice uh, a picture of a cow turning against the other cows going to the slaughterhouse going, moo, 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 don't go there. It's a slaughterhouse. Well, it's only a few of us, and there's a lot of them out there, and they're going towards the slaughterhouse.
But you know what?
And we're going to die
Let me
because of it.
let me explain something to you though. Now I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I don't like conspiracy because I do. There's some things that some conspiracies that I'm all for it. I think there's something to it. But I'm going to tell you like this. 7, 8 years ago, I used to be all into that conspiracy shit. Boy, I was going to save the world and I was trying to wake people up and blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you something. I found out that when I started meeting a lot of these people that was all into this 1776 and truther movement and all this shit, they were the most despicable people on earth. They were the very ones that would be the first one to throw you under the bus, taking advantage of you, shit all over you, and they didn't believe in none of that. It was a way to make money. It was a way to control people. Some of those people are just as bad as the people they claim to be against. And
The
that's why I
shills.
said,
You ran into the shills. I can't believe you ran into the shills and they made you believe in what they want you to believe in.
no,
The
nobody makes
shills.
me believe. Nobody controls how I believe, what I believe in. Let me tell you something. Do you know how many people talk shit about me because of what I believe in? How many people do I run around with that actually would come forward and say, "Oh, I'm a Satanist"? None of them. They're not Satanists. They don't hold that against me.
No.
But you got to give me credit for one thing. I am not afraid to tell anybody how I believe, and I don't give a damn if you like it or not. That's just the way it is. Now, you don't have to accept it, but please don't judge me for that.
I don't judge nobody.
No, I'm just saying nobody tells me what to believe. I don't give a damn if there's 10 people and I'm one of the not I'm the one out of the 10 that doesn't agree with the group. That's fine with me. You're not going to make me believe what I don't believe in. You're not going to change my view. I see your point, but I don't feel that way. I don't judge you for what you believe in, but as for me and my house, I ain't into it. Sorry. You're not going to bully me into
No,
it. I don't care if you make fun of me. That's fine. I'm a big
no,
girl. I
no,
can deal
no,
with it.
no, no. I'm just going to say when you get into it and they throw you under the bus, you're going to realize where you're at.
I've already been there, done that, and got the damn pictures to prove it. No, that's what I mean. If you get in, if you think that you are going to quote unquote wake all these people up and change the world, you might do it one person at a time.
That's where it is. One
But
person at a time.
it's one person at a time, and you got to be careful because there's a lot of people that like I say, they get on these soapboxes and they claim to be one way, but when you actually meet them and you see their living situation, they just like the people they talk shit about. They're just like the people that they claim to be against. They don't believe in anything. They don't. It's a way to make friends. It's a way to be in a group. It's a way to belong. They don't really believe that shit. They don't. There's a lot of people like that.
I guess Revelations is right then. I didn't believe it, but now you convinced me. You convinced me in Revelations where only 44,000 people will still be there after the end.
All right, you got to remember there's one thing in the Bible I can't tell you where it's at, but it says, "As broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, narrow is the way that leads to the truth," or however that goes.
Well, you know, it's out there.
It's easy to follow the crowd. The hardest thing you'll ever do is take a stand because it's a lonely stance. It's a lonely road. It is. And not everybody can handle it. Some people, they can do it for a while, but it's human nature to want to belong. I don't feel the need to belong because it goes against what I believe in sometimes.
Okay, we can all hang separately or we can all hang together. How is that? Hanging together. Hanging together means that we group together and we fight against it and we defeat it.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Hey, I just wanted to speak up for my girl there who believes. Like I mean, like so she believes, she believes. Like what's the problem?
Doesn't believe in the truth of all the Georgia Guidestones. Okay, the Georgia Guidestones. Have you researched that? Have you actually seen the Georgia Guidestones where it says 500 million people should stay here on the earth and the rest go away?
Who's to say that's not a joke? Who's to say that that was just a gag that somebody pulled?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Have you researched the fact that in 1996, everyone said that the world was contracting, and then it turned out from the Hubble telescope that the world was not expanding. It was not contracting. It was expanding, and it's I'm sorry, my bad. Like we kind of got that wrong. And then later they came up with this stuff called dark matter and dark energy that Newton. Fucking Einstein, no one knew about, and said, well, what we're going to do is we're just going to say that there's a thing called dark matter and dark energy. Apparently, dark energy is like 80% of the world or something, and dark matter is like fucking 20% of the world, and that's what's really going on. Scientists don't know shit. Okay, they have no idea.
You
I have no idea.
you
They
have
keep
to
changing
understand. You have to understand. Dark matter is the universe. It's out
Oh,
there.
come on.
They say.
Dark
They
matter is some
say.
bullshit
They
that
say.
people made up.
No.
They made it up.
No.
Explain this. Dark matter and dark energy just came onto the scene in the last
doesn't
15 to
exist.
20 years to explain shit to make the model look good.
It doesn't exist. Dark matter doesn't exist. The Big Bang never existed. That was a theory brought up by these guys making money, and they pulled it in and said, look, there's a Big Bang out there, so therefore there's dark matter somewhere. No, if you eliminate the dark matter, all the other theories make sense. If you get rid of dark matter and the Big Bang,
But
just clear it from your mind.
Theory is not proof, though.
No, it's not. It's never been proof. It's a theory. It's a religion.
Let's face it, right? We can't prove anything. Like, our lives are based on what we actually, live on this small slither of belief on, no matter what we believe, So, I mean, there is no proof. It's not provable. If our lives are provable, we'd all move in a certain direction and we'd all go doing something because we could just prove it. Say to people, hey, here's the proof, here we go. We live in a fucking world of uncertainty and we don't know what the fuck is going on.
True. I agree with that. That's 100%. It's like the collider. They're
Sorry,
taking
Spotlight,
two
I think
clocks.
I've heard of you at least once. I just want to see who else is here. There's Open One and Queen Summer. Who's the chick?
That's Anne.
She gone? She must be gone.
No, she's still there.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
the one and only.
I'm quite drunk, okay? So please, if I get too rude, cut me off because I can be an asshole, right? So if I am, who is a moderator, just bang, cut me off, right?
Okay.
That's all right, man. I'm a sober asshole, so you'll fit in just fine.
No, I'm trying to pull back, right? So.
Okay, I can tell you this. The collider is like taking two clocks, smashing them together, and then going through the pieces of two clocks and going, look, I found a fragment of this clock. It may be a gear wheel. It may be something else. And it's part of this clock. The collider means nothing, but the collider is a fake.
You're missing out something here. Like when you collide things together, they interact. If you observe something, like say, here's what I learned, right? I just did like basic high school physics, right? So I'm not a quantum physicist. But from what I've gathered is like, at least with science, which I just take it for what it is. If you observe something, then you change it, right? So the act of observing is not just like getting a light ray into your eye, and observing it. You have to push a light ray into your eye and get there. Or if you don't, something else pushes into there. So by the time that you've observed it, it's kind of pinged off. Like if you can imagine a whole bunch of ping pong balls around you, and the only way you can see them is to like throw other ping pong balls into them. Well, then the ping pong ball that goes into your eye is what you see as a collision from the other ping pong ball, but now it's gone somewhere else. So then you have to like put another ping pong ball on it to find out where it's gone. You just keep chasing it. So you never actually know like where it is, what its position is, what its location is. It's just like you keep chasing it. So that's what's led to quantum physics, this idea that we don't actually know where anything is at any time. We just have a probability. Now, that's a current understanding of the world in terms of what makes sense and utility. I'm not trying to say that that's how the world is, but that as humans and limited people, that's the little mathematical thing that we've kind of come up with at the moment. So, just for your own edification. Like I said, if you go back 400 years, it'd be like hormones. There'd be like the world's fire, earth, and sky, and then it's like Newtonian, and then it's Einsteinian. Like I'm just saying, we're moving up the chain. All we're really doing is with science, we're just trying to make things useful. Okay, it's this the very difference between truth and usefulness, right? So, I've talked too much.
The all is mind, the universe is mental, held in the mind of the all. This comes down to the principle that you are living in your DNA. Your DNA is like an antenna. It receives all that is outside of what you're experiencing. What you're experiencing is only illusion. As the ancients always said, it's the creation outside of where God stands. And I'm just, I'm trying to finite this to a point myself that we are only experiencing this universe through God's eye, and we're all part of God. We're all God. He's seen through this material body, if you want to call it material. It's a vibratory universe because everything vibrates, everything moves. So therefore, we're in a wave form. And if you look properly by meditation, you can break down by stopping the internal dialogue and see everything as a light span of moving particles, and we're just part of it. We're a projection of the holographic universe. That's all I'm really trying to say it for that extension. We're vibrating. I mean, if you leave a glass on the table for 1,000 years, the glass will melt onto the table. It will break down into its original form of glass and spread out on the table. That's the theory of the holographic universe and of quantum physics. Everything will smooth out. But we are personally able to keep all this stuff in order through what we're seeing in our dark skulls. Our brain is in a black place.
Let's drop right, okay, because there's all this kind of crap, right? Like, that somehow glass is like something to do with quantum physics. Of course, it's a super cool liquid. What do you actually believe? And like I can't really talk because I'm here because I'm lazy and bored. But I'm interested in why people are on YouTube and why people are on Google, right? And you don't have to answer that. And I love your avatar; it's pretty fucking cool. What are you doing here? And why are you here? That's a pretty bold question for someone who doesn't even know me. And you can completely not answer that. But I'm interested.
I want to inform people. I want to wake people up. I always wanted to wake people up. My entire life was trying to wake people up to what I experienced and understood through my studies and everything, because I went in studies after I had certain experiences, and I decided I need to bring this to the forward. I need to have other people see what I'm seeing, because they're apparently just experiencing without realizing what's going on around them. It's an entire universe that's expanding around us. We're in a magnetic field. It's fluctuating, it's moving,
What, I would encourage you to move into a topic which I've seen you actually quite good on before. You're kind of verging onto a topic that's not entertaining, and it's kind of easily falsifiable. So, well, who else is in the chat, by the way? We've got Fox Spellbinder here. Maybe Spellbinder can give us some love.
I am Spellbinder.
Sorry, I didn't mean that, right? I
am Spellbinder.
Hit myself in the head right now. Okay, right? Okay, that was bad. Well, I know, look, man. Look, it's so good, man. I know you're just trying to, okay, it's on me, right? let me give you an alternative reality story that will entertain, right? Which we all know isn't true. Well, there are so many. Um, when I was a child, I had this idea that everybody was like smarter than me, better than me, which is true. So just go along with it. And then eventually, as you get older, you think to yourself, okay, like I'm smarter than my parents, I'm smarter than most people. And then eventually, you get to the point where you're a god, like you're smarter than everybody. Jesus Christ, what am I gonna do now? I'm bored as fuck. So, one day after the boredom, like you try and go back into the world where you hide a small part of yourself, so that you can be, and examine the world in a way where you just don't know everything because it's boring, now that you know everything. And then ultimately you get to the point where you go, I'm just going to hide everything from us. I'm just going to hide the whole damn thing so that I can just enjoy myself. And that is why I am here, because I am God. And I have just decided to hide the whole world from myself so that I can tell you all, without even actually knowing what's going on, aka David Icke, because he was a failed sports presenter that had a brain aneurysm that just told us all that that is how the world works. So if you would like to follow a failed sports presenter who actually also talks about reptilians and people, not in an analogous way, but in a way that is actually crazy, well, I have a new story to tell you. So that's my entertainment for the small segment that you gave me. And I thank you for that space.
Oh, that's good. Well, David Icke, I kind of agree with some of his theories.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of things that he says, but then he adds like this 90%, 80% truth and then 20% bullshit layer underneath. That's why I think it's disinformation.
Well, yeah, it's just like Alex Jones, if you want to believe everything he says. He's actually Bill Hicks, and I found proof of that.
Alex Jones leaves out Israel.
Well, I can relate to some of what you're talking about your childhood because, see, I grew up in the Bible Belt, and one half of my family was Southern Baptist, and the other half was Methodist. So, as you can imagine, we didn't have very many family reunions. But I grew up not thinking that I was necessarily smarter than everyone else, but I was just different because the very things that everyone else is interested in or believes in, I'm not going to say everyone else, okay, the people in my area, predominantly where I grew up, all believed in a God, a Christian God, who gives you free will, but punishes you for choosing your own path. So I found myself, the older I got, being more alone because I wasn't afraid of things that I was supposed to be afraid of. I never let religious beliefs keep me from being interested in certain things because I want to know. It's just like me and Spellbinder were talking about the other night, demons and Satan, and I want to know. I'm not afraid to go and delve into things that I'm not supposed to because I'm not afraid. I want to know. I want to see it. I want to know if it's real. I want to experience it. I want to see for myself. If that makes me evil or something wrong with me because I choose to do the things that I do and be interested in the things that I'm interested in because I have no fear of the unknown. I have no fear of death. I don't like the process of some forms of death, but to ghost hunt or research demonology, whatever. I don't have that fear that so many other people around me have. I'm not supposed to do it because I'm just not supposed to. You'll go to hell, or it's wrong, or you're evil. That is not a part of my life. I don't believe the same way that so many other people do. So therefore, I tend to not have a lot of friends because there's not a lot of people who want to go hang out in cemeteries and, do the things that I do. It's not that I'm doing anything benevolent or evil or unlawful. I just like the dark side. I'm interested in the occult, and there's not a
Oh,
whole,
no,
there's no one around me that
that's the
is.
flip side. Sorry, that's the flip side of the same thing, right? You're saying I don't believe that, like, in Christianity, but I believe in the devil and the occult.
Well,
I
I
mean,
didn't
see,
say I did. I want to know if it's real. I want to experience it. I don't want someone
well,
to tell me it's not real. I want to find out for
well, do you
myself.
want someone to tell you that the sky isn't real? Look, give me like a little small story. Give me a story. I went to this graveyard with my friends when I was at university, and there was four of us, and like it was near a jail, and like we all kind of freaked out. Long story short, like eventually we walked back towards the car, which was my car. It was like an old beat up car, and we freaked out. And someone said, "You're walking across fresh graves," and we're like, "Oh, we all ran back to the car." You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Like you can freak yourself out over anything. Okay, people who are dead, they're just dead. Okay. I'm sorry to like put the kibosh on the whole, like, this is kind of cool and funny to talk about. When you're dead, they're dead. Before you were alive, that's what it's like after you're dead. You have no idea about the American Empire in 1832. You have no idea what happened in whatever. You just hear it through a book, right? So when you're dead, you're gone. So
Have
I'm
you
sorry
died?
to.
Have you died?
Have I died?
Yes.
Well, obviously not, unless I'm a recording.
Then how do you know there's nothing after death?
I don't. That's
There
just my
we go.
belief.
Thank you. That's where I'm at. You can believe
Well,
what you want to, just like I can, but until you've actually died, then you don't know what happens after death.
no, I admit that. I can't say that for sure. I don't know. That's just what I think. But I'll tell you what I think is in my favor. If I actually, what I'm doing is I'm actually living my life large and fantastic in contemplation that will be the end of it. So if you want to hedge your bets and just like live your life in some kind of culturally congruent, did I say congruent? See, congruent sort of fashion that actually, sort of lines up with what you're expected to do, well, then that's up to you. But then your life is over, and if you don't really live again, then you just wasted your life.
And
So it's your choice.
agnostic, I see.
Well, like I say, I haven't met anyone who's died and come back, so I cannot say for a fact that there is nothing after death. I can't say
Well,
that. I want to know.
I can't say for a fact that like people who cross the road aren't going to die eventually. Sometimes people cross the road and they eventually die. I mean, I'm saying like I don't care what I'm saying. You live your own life, and I'm going to live mine. I think there's nothing after death, and I'm living my life right now. If you think there's something after death, then good luck to you. And if I'm wrong, then eventually you can laugh at me and just go, ha, 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 I got it wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. So you place your bets, I'll place mine. Let's just party on.
Secular agnostic is what you seem to be to me. Secular, but agnostic.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You nailed it in one. Skeptical agnostic. 100%. Fucking who was that?
Yeah, I
Who
can
said that?
read people.
Whoever said that was completely right. Skeptical agnostic. You got it. Can you explain what that is? Because I'm completely too drunk to explain that properly.
What? Being secular? Secular
No,
is you
no, no,
don't
no. Can you
believe
explain what
anything,
is?
and agnostic is that
No,
you don't believe in the
no,
real
not secular.
God.
No, can you explain what skeptical agnostic means? If you can't,
No.
I'll have to explain it. But
No,
I hope that.
secular
Or I'll do it.
agnostic.
Skeptical agnostic means that you're not sure what happened. You don't believe there is a God or there isn't a God, but you're waiting for evidence. So basically, you're looking around the world, going like, well, if there was a God, this would be true. And if there wasn't a God, that would be true. And there's no really definitive evidence either way, so you're basically waiting for evidence. Atheists say there is no God, and we know it, which is ridiculous, right? It's not possible. And I think that, like, people who believe in deism or theism and, you know, all those kind of isms, I think that they're in. Here's what I break it down to. I think that people are born, and at some point they realize, I'm going to die one day, and they look for answers. So the easy answers are, well, I'm going to live again forever or in eternity because of X, Y, and Z. Now, people like me, you know, I'm taking moral high ground here. We try and look for evidence, you know, well, could that be true? Could it not be true? Now, I know that, like, we can't actually know everything that's going on, but the people who say X is Y is true and Z and B is true and stuff like that, like it's because it's real, I think that's a bit of a cop-out, really. I mean, like, the universe is so huge, you know, from what we know, and to actually, you know, say, well, it's based on a story that was told, like, you know, thousands of years ago by a couple of people, I think it's pretty lame, personally.
Not based on a couple of people.
Well, the whole universe, right? The whole universe with all the stuff that we know about, massive stuff, it's because, like, you know, a couple of stories about some guy who died for the cross, or Muslims, or fucking Buddhists, or whatever. We're just making shit up to feel good. If we actually want to know what is going on in the universe, then we need to actually be, you know, honest with ourselves. And, you know, well, we don't have to, but I'm trying to be.
Okay. That's a given. Hey, but if you want to really have a magical ceremony done where we conjure up spirits, I can do evocation, but I don't request that you do it under invocation.
Let me tell you what I did last night. I blew a breaker last night in the house. I did some workings last night, and I blew the breaker out on my computer on this wall over here, so my computer room's dark except for one plug.
Wow.
Because, you know, after you do a working, you're not supposed to get around anything electrical.
Well, yeah, they feed off of it. It's electrical.
Well, I wasn't thinking about it, but after I'm all hopped up on the energy and everything, and you can feel it flowing through you. I know, laugh everyone, but anyway.
You did an invocation of what?
No, I didn't do that. I just did a little working, and
okay, you did like the lesser of the pentagram or something, or
well,
you know, or the greater pentagram. I mean, what did you do?
Well,
I mean,
well, anyway, after I got done doing what I was doing, I had this little voice in my head that said, "Don't turn." I've got a breaker. I mean, I've got a surge protector over here, and my computer is hooked into the surge protector. And I had this voice because it was already turned off, and I was fixing to go to bed, but I was going to make sure the rabbit had food and everything. So I had this voice in my head, someone saying, "Don't turn the computer on." What did I do? I came over here and hit the switch, and I heard pop. The whole room went dark. I went, "Oh, shit." So I wrote my husband a note, unplugged the computer from the wall and everything, and I told him, I said, you know, I think I blew a breaker in here. You might want to check it. He said, I can't even get it to come. It won't even come. It won't even reset. So we've kind of replaced the breaker because I blew it bigger than Dallas. I mean, it blew this whole room.
And that was what? That was the lesser of the pentagram or the greater? I mean, what ceremony did you do?
Well, I did some candle magic.
Candle magic does that?
Candle magic. Yes, I've done a little of that.
See, I'm into ceremonial magic and stuff. I mean, I've always wished to do the Abba, the Mirror, and the Maid. I actually wanted to do that.
Too much.
Well, like I say, it was a little bit of candle magic, it was a little bit of protection, and it was a little bit of something else, but when I got done, because I spent 2 hours on it, and when I got done, I should have never come over here and hit that switch, because when I did, it blew that breaker. I mean, I fried it.
Wow.
So I'm sitting here in the dark. I've got dadgum extension cord running all through the house, hoping the dog doesn't trip over it. Sucks, man. I sure did. I won't do that again. Next time I do that, don't go around the computer. Do not hit that switch because it will be dark again.
I had a friend I tried to convince to do greater ceremonial magic and do evocation, and I couldn't never get him actually wanting to do it. He was afraid of it. But I said, all it is, you make the magic circle, you make the triangle, and you put a magic mirror in there. And all the magic mirror is a window. And you bring the spirit up to the window. You don't actually try to make them appear before you, because they're pissed most of the time, and they'll do mischief around you. It's like playing with your Ouija board. It will cause mischief. And I couldn't never get them to do that. And I have a magic mirror, and all I need is to draw the triangle and a circle and the magic circle, and with my tools, which is a sword, a wand, and see, the sword and the wand, I think is the major thing of that. I can't think of a third thing. But you put yourself in a circle and you conjure them up and you call them forward. It's like Mele the Mage, Abermelan, and you can actually call these people forward, and they're from other dimensions, and they'll come and they'll appear in the mirror. And as long as you don't try to physically bring these people from other dimensions into our dimension and keep them captured, they'll come up to the mirror. It's like a window. You look down, you're looking at the black mirror, and it's a window, and they will appear before you, and they will talk to you. And you don't have to have any harm come to you as long as you're in the magic circle, because they can reach out that mirror at certain points. I have 2 videos on my YouTube that explains this. I show the magic mirror. It doesn't have to be a big mirror, just big enough to fit a head, and they'll come up to the mirror, they'll talk to you, they'll speak to you, and you know, you can question them.
Now, most of my rituals, I don't use the circle. My house is the circle. But if I do voodoo, I'll use certain symbols. But I don't have a pentagram in the floor or anything like that. I don't do that.
Sorry, I don't mean rude, right? But would it be okay for me to do a voodoo ritual in front of you all, like while you keep speaking? Because I'm going to do one.
Okay, it could be dangerous.
Well, I'm about to do a voodoo ritual here. I'm just asking you, like, if we can televise it, because I don't really want to, like, you know, televise a whole bunch of, you know, voodoo rituals.
Do you have a voodoo doll of me? Are you gonna fucking do a voodoo spell on me? What are you doing, man?
Yeah, he's been begging it. Paul has been begging for that for a long time, and no, I won't.
That.
Hi, Paul.
I'm willing to do a voodoo ritual in front of you all right now. Okay, well, let's keep going.
Get it done. Let's do this. Yes.
Oh, boy.
Dude, fix my breaker while you're at it. Fix my breaker over here while you're at it, dude. That's all I ask. So I don't have to go to Lowe's.
Okay.
Guess that's a no.
There you go. There you go. I had to put protection spell on myself just in case. It's transmitted through the internet. ow, like in the,
They're here.
ow, like in the Grudge 3 or Grudge. Meow. He's not here, is he? He's still here? Oh, he's setting up. Oh my God, he's setting up. Okay, everyone put a protection spell around you right now. Whoever believes, put a
Huh. You know I'm not in that camp. Hell, I just
oh,
put on
come
the
on, you
let's check
gotta
this
do it.
out
You gotta do
circle.
it.
No way.
I'm,
No way, man. This is cool. I'm gonna get down. What are you talking about, Spellbinder? I'm running some shit. This is fun.
I don't want
Experience.
shit smashing around me.
Experience, my friend. Check out the voodoo. Get down with the hoodoo if you dare do, people.
Paul, you make yourself a target here. All right, so I don't believe in voodoo.
My bad.
I don't believe in voodoo. So what's going on?
No, I'm down
Sorry,
for anything. I've
got an
been
economics.
begging everybody to do it. I apologize.
I've got-
I'm probably I'm a little laggy. I'll hush. You talk.
Paul, I've got an economics degree from Sydney University. Right, I'm a regular guy. Like I don't actually think that you're part of the voodoo.
What?
No, I'm down for anybody
What?
that if they do believe voodoo. I've just never seen anyone do any I don't know, what do you call it, a charade or an act or a spell or conjuring, I just enjoy the art of the experience, and then I'll do the critique afterward.
Well, actually, I'll tell you where it comes from, right? My girlfriend, who's Chinese Malaysian, right? She's got some sort of relatives, and they actually believe that people put them under spells. They actually believe that. I don't believe that. I'm actually an atheist, or not an atheist. I'm like a skeptical agnostic, but that she believes that. So she's like, well, there's people who basically, get put under the well, I don't know what you call it, like some kind of chant or rant or whatever. Like, I don't even know what they call it over there in Malaysia. And also, she also believes that there's a whole bunch of people. If you go to places, because in communist, Malaysia, there was a whole bunch of torture. She actually believes that all these people who were tortured, are tortured souls, who keep,
Shungu.
But I don't believe that. I think that's just bullshit.
I don't even know if it's so much the belief for me anymore. For the past several years, I've had this real thing about using the word belief loosely, because I don't like that the word in general just signifies that there's not much evidence to substantiate the claim. And I've determined recently that I think more than belief, it's probably hope that people should pay attention to. Not praying, but literally hope. I'm a firm believer that at this point that the cynic bleeds optimism. There's an optimist inside of every cynic, and at this point, I'm just enjoying. I'm watching the ride at this point.
Well, you got a problem there, Paul, because if the cynic bleeds optimism, then you're actually refuting the actual base concept, which is that we need proof, right? So the cynic and optimist can, vie against each other for eternity, but proof actually demands, a basis, that is actually
right. I agree.
So
there is a paradigm to everything, right?
You know what? I don't know who you are, Paul, but I think we might be more in agreement than disagreement.
No, I agree. Yes, absolutely. I think there seems to be a divide.
No, you got an entity there.
No, I dig, and yeah,
beware.
agree with you.
Yeah, but here's the problem, right? Where do you go with that, right? You've got this sort of unknowing place, right? Where the only thing that you know is what you can't know. So then what do you do? And that's led to a whole bunch of philosophical sprawlings, right? There's the Nietzscheism, existentialism, humanitarianism, socialism. So when you butt up against this horrible notion that there's actually the fact you can't know, we've actually come up with some pretty fucked up ideas. Like, we haven't solved that problem. Maybe it can be solved, maybe it can't, but we haven't solved it historically. We've actually engendered massive amounts of death, in my opinion.
I could not agree more. And that particular butting, or the non-recognition. In fact, if I could, if I cut out, somebody let me know. Today I happened to catch on the History Channel, the H2 channel, if you will. They still do some stuff that's semi-educational. I watch it while I'm getting ready for work. Today there was an episode on where, I don't know, he's a neurosurgeon or a brain surgeon or something, but he's been experimenting and playing with little magnets. And this man not only has found God, but he thinks that he also can tell you where God is at all times and activate it in your own brain. And he has come up with the idea that he thinks it was some sort of self-defense mechanism for the personal psyche. For instance, as humans began to evolve, we gained the ability to be conscious of ourselves and our lives, obviously. That means we had to recognize that there was mortality. We had to recognize that dead and live there was an emotional bond that other animals in the kingdom didn't have. And when that happened, to protect ourselves from that fear of knowing that you're just going to be fucking dead, we invented this place. And this guy has set up a pretty interesting experiment where he puts people in a basic deprivation of sensory environment and exposes the right temporal lobe to different magnetic pulses. And as a general consensus, we're talking 90% or higher, people have the same experience when this particular pulse goes. And that is that someone is in the room with them, over them, watching them, like observing them. And no one can really describe what this thing looks like. Some people see multiple things looking over them, watching them. It's kind of wild that the whole premise of religion, or that belief in some sort of dogma, might be just completely self-made up, and it's completely different for everyone.
Well, I'd like you to send me the link to that, because it sounds like a bunch of shit. So anyway, you send me the link and I'll sort it out. That just sounds like a bunch of.
Well, I mean, we know that there's other things that can do that too.
Send me the link. We'll talk about.
I don't have a link. I was watching it
it
was on the tube. You could find it if you go to historychannel.com. I'm sure it'll be on there.
Well, send me the link of the things that you're talking about. If you can't send me the link, why would you talk about something that you can't even actually link something to somebody? Look, I understand that people want to actually get to the.
Oh, hold on. That would be like saying, why would you talk about your birthday yesterday?
Look, I just asked you for the link, right? It's not.
I'm on a phone. Calm down.
I just asked you, can I have the link after 2.5 minutes? Is that a problem?
I don't have a link. Yeah, I'm on a phone.
I'm bullying you. I'm just saying, can I have the link?
I will find a link for you. I don't have one, and I can't look for one right now because I'm on a phone.
Well, give me keywords, right, that I can look one up. Just give me the keywords of the people that I can look up, and I'll find it for myself.
Okay. Okay, I don't remember the doctor's name. Like I said, it was in passing. I was preparing for work. Search History Channel, right temporal lobe, right temporal lobe magnet or electromagnet, God. That would be my keyword search that I would look, and something may come up there. But it was an interesting experiment.
What I'm saying is, I'm used to university kind of stuff. Like, when you discuss things with people, you reference this. Okay, and I'm sorry if I'm being too hard on you, but we normally.
No, and you're not. And if I were in a different fora, I would do that.
Right. We say, I understand it's like an impromptu discussion, right, where You know, you're just not prepared to do that, but you're sort of scrambling to find the information. But I mean, like, so yeah, I mean, like, you just say, well, you know, here's what it is, here's what I said, here's where it was, we'll take it together. That's how people report. So,
And
I'm sorry.
you'll have to forgive me. You'll have to forgive me because
I'm
normally
sorry
I am.
Maybe I am really, like, you know, asked that fact of you, and like you're just like, oh fuck, you know, I'm talking to my mentor.
No. Yeah, I would 99% of the time. I am very prepared to be able to provide you a very specific
Yeah,
answer
no,
with
I just
source
feel
material
bad. Like,
because that's who I am. But you caught me. You caught me curled up in a blanket sitting in the chair.
All right, I don't want to catch you, right? I want to actually understand your mind. I don't want to catch you.
My mind is the questioner constantly, man. There's very
Well,
few
I don't
things.
understand your mind. Sorry, it's the wrong thing. I want to understand
Right.
your point of view.
My point of view is that it's an interesting phenom that by exposing any particular part of the brain to stimuli, you can get a general response from everyone the same way. The same way that if people eat particular hallucinogenics, they have the same experience. I think it's interesting that if you close someone's eyes and close off their ears so they can't hear, and expose their brain to a particular magnetic wave in a very particular location, they all experience the feeling of being watched.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I'd like a link because, I mean, sorry about the link again, but I've never heard about a particular magnetic wave actually making people feel that they're being watched. So, if you could provide that.
But I do know that you can have different experiences. Like, for instance, electromagnetic pulses on certain parts of the brain will make people feel ill or sick to their stomach, and that happens from RF. That happens from RF radiation.
Electro and magnetic, or are you
Pardon
talking
me?
out of your own? Do you know what the difference between electro and magnetic actually is? I mean, like,
there's actually very little difference. The magnetism is a byproduct of the electrons flowing through the conductor, and depending on how ferrous the material is, the magnetism will be greater or weaker. Yeah, I have a pretty thorough understanding of electronics and magnetism.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'll keep passing that one. That's close enough.
So I mean I have enough understanding to be dangerous, but yeah, I just think it's interesting. Really, not much more than that.
What it means, I'm interested in talking to people who actually know something. I don't want to hear speculation.
Sure. Well, and that's where like I was saying a while ago, I know very little. The only things that I actually know are things that I've experienced myself. And so what I like to do is when I see something like that, I immediately want to go and start putting together a little coil that looks like the one in the picture that they showed that he had on the video, and I would run it through a tone generator and come up with the particular magnetic frequency that I wanted.
I'm going to look up your profile here and find out like a little bit more about Paul Wyman. My God, that's a beautiful. Okay. Is that you, Paul Wyman, or?
It's actually Wayman, like no way man without the no. Wayman.
I apologize, Frank. That's a beautiful boat. That's awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's my baby. One of them.
Hey, dude. I don't disrespect people's families, right? There's, you know, I've had people do that to me. Yeah, don't do that. Oh,
no. I'm a completely open book, man. I'm a no bullshit.
Dude,
guy.
I like Nadia as well. I like me. I think she's interesting. I think it's very interesting to find out about somebody who actually wants to change the agenda on it. It's very unusual. Huh. Well,
I don't know what I don't necessarily know what the answers are.
Lower Denver. I'm just looking it up, man. You look me up. I've got some crazy shit there as well. Truth Cracker is not like, you know, a modicum of, you know, the same thing every day. I'm just trying to find out, you know, who you are.
No, I'm familiar with your channel.
You like Hillbilly Pones? Awesome. All right, here we go. Let's keep going. Dr. Descent. Yeah, he's the sellout. Falling out from Christianity. That's a beautiful picture.
I'm that guy that people.
Man. It's usually pretty humbling.
I think we have a little lag.
embrace the unknown, young man. It's usually pretty humbling.
Right.
Falling out of Christianity. That is a beautiful, beautiful picture. I'm going to play this one right now and find out if it's actually a sound argument. Let's have a look. It's going to come on right now.
Hi guys, Semi Crooked here, and today I just want to talk about a little bit about how I'm losing faith in Christianity. First off, I feel like the biggest part that is playing in my loss for Christianity is the notion that man is above everything in nature. He's above earth, he's above animals, he's even above other men, say of other races maybe, or maybe of other socio-economic stances. But my point being is we are all interconnected if we like it or not. Us, between humans, dolphins, squirrels, you name it, we are interconnected with nature. And if we don't see that, then we are being a destruction towards other things, of other natural processes. You know, I truly believe that notion is the reason why we have pollution, is the reason why we don't really care about doing anything about our.
Sorry, I guess I can't continue through this, right? Because like, it's just a bit of a farce. So I'm sorry. I couldn't go the whole way through. So.
No, and I wouldn't expect anyone. I wouldn't expect anyone to, because I couldn't. I couldn't either.
Sorry.
But this is a young man that is experiencing a big change in his life right now. He's been told a particular story his whole life. But I appreciate the fact you couldn't. I couldn't make it through the whole video either.
No, but also, like, I'm not saying he's not genuine. Like, look, when I was young, look, I was genuine about a lot of things, and this guy looked super genuine about stuff. And the thing that I would want to preserve about people is not their beliefs, but their genuineness. I don't care what they believe in. I want them to preserve their genuineness. You know, the thing that they really believe on the basis of it. If the basis changes, that's fine with me. As long as the genuineness is fine, even if it's young, I don't mind. I don't mind supporting it. But I want it to keep like that, because that's called independent thinking. So,
Right.
I've had my...
That's where I was going with the whole comment was, you know, it's okay to not have all the answers. It's
absolutely.
okay.
There are no answers. We don't fucking know shit. If you look at the universe, it's so wide and it's so fucking big. It's incredibly big. I mean, I've actually done a thing called...
How about infinite? It's infinite. It's amazing.
No, hang on. Okay, now we're gonna have a good discussion.
I understand.
Right?
Universe. Okay, all right. Hold on. You're absolutely right. I will bite my tongue. Universe is not infinitely large yet.
Dude, forget about that. Forget about that. Right? I'm not trying to trap you. I actually want to ask you a question. What does infinite mean?
I hit the wrong button. I muted. Okay. Well, here's where I have a problem with language at this point, because infinite is confusing.
Can I call you Paul, or is that you know?
If you wouldn't mind. Oh, and that's what I was going to say earlier. If you wouldn't mind, I'm Paulie, like as in Paulie's Customs, the villain.
My friends actually call me Muzza. They go Muzza. So I'm
okay. Mazza, that's cool then. All right. I'm Paulie then. I have problems with language, and the word infinite is really confusing, because people automatically think of like the biggest thing ever.
Sorry, let me define it for you. It just means that it'll never end.
It'll never end. Right. It's forever. Forever.
So that's it. That's what it means.
And that's when I see universe is infinite, I get that argument. Right.
I just took over top of you. I beg your pardon. Can you say it again?
Oh, it's okay. I said, you know, we've gotten in that debate before, obviously you with someone else and I with someone else, about the infinite word, because I saw your eyes peak the minute I said it. But yeah, I
Well,
mean,
I didn't know that.
you can't
Honestly,
wrap
like, I
your
didn't,
mind around, you can't wrap
dude,
your mind around how big the
really do
universe
you
is.
remember? Paul, look, you know, what I really actually want to know is what happened, right? So my particular point of view is that, like, you know, infinite can be described as like, you know, before you were born, you didn't know what happened, and after you're dead, you don't know. Now, I think that's a pretty fucking good description.
I wouldn't argue that description. I wouldn't.
What is your description?
Forever. Just forever. In the most
No,
layman's
no,
terms, I try to break things down to one word. Infinite's
I gave
forever.
a very clear description, very clear. The people who are alive, before they were alive, they have no idea what happens, and when they die, they know what happens after. Now, what is your description? All right, that's my description. Now, I mean, I don't mind if you describe it the same way, but what is your description? I mean, just
I would, from a human standpoint, your description could not be more perfect, because the finite moment would be now, and everything on either side of that bookending it would be infinite. So yeah, from a human standpoint,
know where
you've
you're
chosen
going
the
with
perfect definition.
I know you're going with it. That's a video that I fucking produced, all right?
Oh yeah, I know.
Sorry,
I told you I was familiar with the channel.
Sorry, I shared it. I didn't produce it. I shared it. Sorry, I'm fucking an asshole, right? If I was alive, everyone who wants to be alive would be dead, and they wouldn't even know or want to know what happens, because I'm just like an interrupting, rude motherfucker. So I'm just gonna walk away.
So
from
do you work at the university then?
No, I'm not a university. I have a business. No, I don't, Tom. I actually did an economics degree. I have no interest in academia. Besides, like, talking to people who are smart, it's just not my bag. So it just didn't fit in there. I run my own business. So.
Okay, well, I'm the guy that runs my own business as well, and then my wife has a very nice chair at the university.
Yeah,
So
I'm not
I get
university.
I get to immerse myself in people like myself that enjoy that conversation, and I could see that in you. Is why I was asking. Is you seem like the people that enjoy that kind of conversation.
Yeah, I do. But here's the thing: is like you got to remember they're protected. Like if you actually have a wife who's like into like the stuff, okay, I'm not telling you things you already know, so I didn't tell you that. Take that back. If that's true, what you said, which I believe, well, it's a moot point.
Oh, yeah. I don't bullshit anybody, man. Internet or not, I wear myself on my sleeve, you know.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, I believe you.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate that.
Well, it sounds pretty. I mean, if you didn't, like, I'd find out. So, so yeah, I believe you.
Right, I would run my mouth. Yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, everybody knows who I am. You can search me on Google. I'm findable.
Sorry, just following up on that. What do you actually do in the economy? Because you said your wife was in the academic sphere. Like, what do you actually do?
I have spent years in the acoustics industry. I've worked for several different manufacturers building electronics equipment for music reinforcement, sound reproduction. I have run several car stereo shops and customization shops, fabrication, racing, boats. Yeah, a lot of high tech gadgets.
Like, so if I was actually going to come to you and you were going to provide me with services, what would that mean?
It would depend on what the service was. For instance, I'm sure you've heard of accessories in cars like remote car starters, security systems, alarms, keyless entry, that kind of deal. I had clientele like that. I've also had the clientele that we Well, I'll tell you what, August Bush, the fellow that owned Anheuser-Busch or the Budweiser Corporation up till about 4 years ago, I redid a Clearwater yacht for him. It was a $22,000 stereo system. I mean, just all kinds of different shit. Yeah.
So you're into like high audio AV systems?
Yeah, 13 world records.
No, I'm not talking about that. I mean, like, are you trying to say that you're into like 13 world records? Like,
Yeah,
or,
I personally have 13 world records in car audio, like the
well,
loudest things on the planet.
oh, sorry. 13 world records with audio normally means like you actually was like an artist. Well,
Yeah.
can you drop
yeah,
the link to
yes.
13 world records?
Can I what? I'm sorry.
Just drop me a link to your 13 world records because there's 13 of them, right? So just drop me a link.
I can't drop you a link, but if you go to USAC, that's USACI,
Right. So why don't you just drop me the link?
because I'm on my phone and I don't have a browser on my
All right,
phone.
here we go. US.
ACI. That is
Alright.
USAC. It's United States Auto Sound Competition International.
Yeah.
Yep. .com.
.com.
And if you search through their databases in the time period of 19,
Search through
sure,
them for who?
I'm on my phone. I will provide sources. I can't provide links. That's the fairest I can be right now. If you're gonna do all this back work and research and shit, from 1996.
Let me be fair, right? Okay, if you want me to like expose you, let's do it. I've got the link here. Let's keep going.
Okay. The president of that organization is a fellow by the name of Ralph Randall, and I can provide. Okay, give me 1 second, and I will provide you a source to get a hold of him personally tomorrow during business hours as well. But if you search the database archive from 1996 to 2001, you will find Paulie's Customs. You will find, you will find Team Under Construction, and you will find Paul Wayman as world record holder.
Dude, you know the person who got kicked up for don't worry, I don't care, man. I like you. I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire. It doesn't matter.
No. You asked for a source. I'm providing you one.
Yeah, I know, but like I don't want to like make it look bad, right? So I don't care.
You're not gonna. I'll show you the trophies.
Well,
and besides, if you had any idea who I was or watched my channel, you would know. I post videos. No, listen to me. I post videos of what I do.
He's not full of shit. Everything he's telling you is true, man. You can believe it or not.
I build boats as a hobby. When was the last time you built something?
We're talking about building boats here.
Yeah, we are. We are.
Yep.
Well, I was talking about other things. Anyway, look, I like you. We're
talking about.
I actually like you. I actually think that you're a good guy.
Listen. We're talking about credibility. Then why are you constantly questioning everything?
Right? Let's go. You give a fuck, right? Just forget about that shit, right? Just ignore that.
Well, I'm having a hard time because you were questioning my integrity.
Well,
for no reason.
You know, in question. So let's just move on.
I want you to know I am not questioning your integrity, and I would hope that you would give me the same fucking service.
That's right.
That's fair. That's fair.
Thank you. So nevertheless, I've competed in car stereo for a number of years. I build race cars and race around as a hobby. I retired from that about 11 years ago when I went blind. And now I build boats and yeah.
Are you actually blind?
I went completely blind and had an experimental reconstructive surgery done of my right eye and was able to retain 20/35 in my right eye.
Holy shit, that's fucked up. I didn't know that.
So now I work in a factory for a living, and I make a delightful drink that everyone loves to consume in this country. and I build boats as a hobby.
You build boats with a blind eye after being rejected from a factory? Fuck, man. That's some pretty fucking fucked up shit.
And not only do I build boats, but I put them in the Mississippi River and I rowboat race them. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, well, I don't know, man. I'm just having some fun here, right? So I don't give a shit. I mean, I do give a shit. I don't want to fucking denigrate anyone, but I'm so gullible, right? Like, I can be so taken in, but at the same time, you know, I would prefer it if people actually, like
I said,
like,
if you would like to look at more of who Paulie is, my YouTube channel is Paulie's Customs. And I
Don't
set
worry.
that channel up. I
Oh,
set
but
that
you-
channel up when my business was up. No, and it's actually, there's a lot of good stuff there. I do educational videos of what I'm doing in my life.
I see
I built-
nothing. Nothing. Link,
Did a-
empty. Empty.
I'm on a phone. I don't know how
I
to
don't
do
care
this.
anymore. You know why I don't care? Because you're entertaining. So who gives a shit? You're having a good time with me. So I don't give a fuck.
Well, Paulie's Customs, check it out.
You know what? If I was doing business with you, that'd be different. But we're just having a good time here on YouTube. So Google.
Well, it
whatever.
isn't even about business. Like I said, I share my life there. I make videos like when I built my greenhouse out back, I built a geodesic dome greenhouse. I did videos on how I built it, shit like that.
Have you got a picture of that geodesic dome that you just built?
I built it about 3 or 4 years ago, actually.
Well, do you have a picture of that? Because that's 3 years, no pictures. Come on, show me the pictures.
I'm on a phone, bro. I'm on a phone.
On a phone. He's on a
Is
phone.
there a girlfriend here? She loves you, man. Like, what's this one something? I'm not bagging it, right? Because, like, she sounds hot. But, I mean, like,
No,
dude.
everyone loves me, bro.
Oh, it's on.
That guy.
On.
Everybody loves me.
Yup.
I don't care. I don't even give a shit. Like, I don't care if you, like, grow carrots or, Grover's on the ground. I'm a libertarian, so, you know.
And
Oh,
at
so
heart, I
that's
am
what's
too.
wrong.
Right. I mean, I'm at heart, I'm a libertarian too.
I don't care.
The problem, here's the only problem I have, and like I said, I'm a libertarian at heart as well, but the problem I have with libertarianism is this. The rights and the freedoms that I want, the ones that I want, I don't want other people to have. And so how do we figure that out?
That's called statism, right? The whole idea,
Right.
what you're describing is statism. But statism says we want to get in control of the state so that we can tell people that we don't like that, you know, they can't do that. The whole idea of libertarianism is that there is inalienable rights that you can't fuck with. So how do you square that?
But what are those rights? Is it the right to heroin?
Okay, well, there's the right to freedom of speech, which is the First Amendment. There's right to bear arms, which is like the Second Amendment. There's the right to the Fourth Amendment, which is like the idea that you can't be searched and seized without probable cause. There's the Fifth Amendment that says that you have the right not to incriminate yourself. Do you want me to go on? What?
No,
wait,
no, no.
okay,
But you're describing the Constitution. You're not describing libertarianism.
No, I'm not. I'm not describing libertarianism. I'm describing the
Right.
Constitution. You're right. Yeah.
The Constitution. Yeah. There's a
I'm
difference
just-
between.
Yeah, there is a difference. Yeah, absolutely.
And like I said,
So,
at heart I am, but
What
we
you
have
see is a
issues.
disconnect. What do you see is a disconnect between libertarianism and the Constitution? Please tell me.
Okay, for instance, there are arguments that you should be in charge of what you ingest into your body, not the state, right?
So how is that a differentiation between the Constitution and libertarianism, which is like what
Okay,
you just? Like, I don't mind if you want to move on to your discussion. Like I don't care, right?
It isn't
If you wanna
my
move on to
debate. This isn't my debate. This is someone else's.
Well, what I'm trying to
They
say is, like,
are now
if you
saying,
don't want to discuss it in those terms, I'm happy to discuss the situation you brought up in your terms. I don't mind discussing that. But what you brought up has nothing to do with what I said.
yeah, it does. You're just not listening to me. You said
Okay.
that libertarianism already has rules, and you started reading off the Constitution. That there's no set of rules that says you're libertarian if you follow the Constitution. Quite the
Okay,
contrary.
this is kind of
The
crazy, right?
Constitution.
This is a crazy thing, right? You're saying that some kind of mandate of how people want to live their lives cannot involve rules.
Sure. If
Okay, well,
who's
if it can,
going to? Here's the
okay,
question. I
well,
don't want it to be that way. Don't get the wrong idea. That's why I said I'm a libertarian at heart, but there have to be fucking rules. Like we can't let everyone have heroin, right?
No, let everyone have heroin. Let them all have it. If they wish
hang on,
to kill
you and Anna-
themselves, let them kill themselves on drugs. Let all be free. It was legal in 1930s that they all could have heroin and they could all do what they wish with lovedom and the rest of the drugs. Let them do it. If it's going to kill them off, oh well. That's to me, this is the ultimate way of having this new world order. Let them kill themselves. But they don't do that because they can't make money off of it. Period. I'm done. Silence.
well, I have some sympathy with this guy. I mean, like, sure. I mean, like, you could say you can't smoke cigarettes, right? Supposing in the 1950s they had said you can't smoke cigarettes. Let's go back. Supposing they said in the 1920s you can't drink alcohol. Oh my God, they said you couldn't, right? So let's go forward and say that you can't do X and Y and Z. Of course, there's always, a group of people who are trying to profit off an addictive drug that will actually give them revenue that they can actually say is bad for you, but at the same time they control.
But then there's also this point,
Exactly.
though. You can make all the laws you want to, and you can make things illegal, but that doesn't mean that the people aren't going to do it anyway.
Yeah, I like this girl, yeah. And you know what? All that shit's redundant because they just do it anyway. And secondly, I'll give you an example. In Afghanistan, when the Americans went over there, the Taliban actually, they're like kind of, uptight kind of religious people. So they said you can't have any fucking opium, you can't like grow poppies and shit like that. But when we went over there, we said, well, what can we do? If they don't grow them, someone else will. So the world opium production, blossomed, and they actually said, I can give you some clips. Well, if we don't do it, someone else will. So yeah, I mean, I guess the whole thing's a bunch of bullshit.
Exactly. Exactly. You're on target there because, well, let it be. Let it be. Oh, let it be. Let it be.
Well, let it be is kind of like a Shakespeare thing, like to be or not to be is kind of like a whatever, man. Like, I'm gonna let you guys talk amongst yourself for a little while because I think this is I'm not sure this is actually going anywhere.
You started it. You started it.
Oh, all right. Fair enough. I started it. All right. Okay. Okay. Well, here's what I think. I think 9/11 was a bunch of bullshit that was done by the Israelis to try.
Damn dirty Jews.
I think it was done to try and get them to fight against the Americans because like no Israeli needs to whatever to fight against the Middle East in order to protect them. I mean, the Israelis have an inordinate influence over American foreign policy that is so obvious that unless that you have like 3 pairs of sunglasses on, you can't see.
Exactly.
I need one of those dancing Hitlers like George Bush pimps has, just dancing on the hood of my car over here.
Yeah, well, that was the Mossad. We know what's going on.
Yeah, some fucking Jews. It's always their fault.
It's not the Jews as a people, it's the Jews as a government. And it's all governments. We all know it's the governments doing this. It's not the Jews and population. They're actually going to vote Netanyahu out of the government. Therefore, they realize they've been used, and we're going to put them out because of our beliefs that all these wars are evil, and we're in a if I can think of the word,
Peace
we're in
sells,
this.
but who's buying? Peace sells, but who's buying?
Yes, it's all about the profit, isn't it? Oh,
Yup. Damn sure is. Money makes the world go around.
that's it. Pharmaceutical companies not allowing marijuana to be legalized, drugs of other type. I mean, 1930s, you were able to buy cocaine over the counter. You were able to buy heroin over the counter. You were able to buy marijuana over the counter in the 30s. But then suddenly, there was a profit to be made by the pharmaceutical companies and these other umbrella. I call them the umbrella corporation. We're under the umbrella corporation already. It's already here. The industrial complex, everything, it's under an umbrella. You can break them down to six companies
But if
that
it's that
rule the
bad,
entire world.
but if it's that bad, why not just sell everything, go buy a cabin, and live in the middle of fucking nowhere and not listen to any of them?
You know what? Who are the 6 companies?
Sure.
Let's hear them. Who are these? You said there were 6 companies. Who are the 6 companies? let's hear it.
Okay, let's see if I can recall the six companies out
Okay,
of
while you're recalling that,
3,000 companies.
Sure, man. Take,
3,000 companies out there.
think
take your
about
time
Can,
and recall.
it.
Just take your time and
You
recall 6 of them, Spellbinder. But while you're doing it, I want you to look at this. The biggest 2 philanthropists on this planet at their time ever were Rothschild, and guess who else? Come on, you can do it. The
I
other
can
are
do it.
Rockefeller, the 2 largest
Oh,
philanthropists.
We got like a thing.
Carnegie.
Who the 6 companies are, right? Like you can't just be moving on here. Who are the six
It's
No, he's
companies?
still searching. He's still searching, but I know they're going to be companies that are owned by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, the people that gave away more money than anyone on the
exact.
planet.
And
Gave away.
anyone on the entire
What I'm
planet.
trying to say is like if you're gonna like say you know what's going on with the world and stuff, like you should be able to back it up.
Oh, yeah, I can back it up. I can
Well,
give
you
you
can't.
websites. You
You
want
can't back it
websites?
up. You can't back it
Oh,
up, right?
yes, I can.
You can't back up.
Rothschilds. Rothschild. Just go to Rothschilds.
It
The
makes you
red
look
pill.
stupid, right? Okay.
And the guy that
Carnegie.
brought down Tesla. They brought down these 2 companies that made the umbrella company. And we're under the umbrella company. If you think zombies going to happen, they will do it because they're under the umbrella company. And these 2 families, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers.
Don't forget J.P. Morgan, who made me quite a bit of money.
J.P. Morgan. Thank you.
Made me quite
That
a
was
bit
the
of money.
one I was missing.
Carnegie.
And Carnegie is just part of the umbrella corporation, along with CFR, the
The
other one,
Trilateral Commission. Don't forget the Trilateral Commission.
Trilateral Commission. These are all umbrella combinations. We're under a big umbrella right now, and it reminds me of that movies of Resident Evil.
And there's a
It's
big
the
owl
umbrella.
holding the umbrella.
Moloch.
Moloch holds it. Okay. Okay. If you want
Well,
to
he's
bring
the
that in.
owl. The owl
The
symbolizes
great
Moloch.
owl.
It's
And remember,
ridiculous.
that's coming up July 15th.
Nothing to do with analysis of financial markets or how the world works. It's got to do with like people like comforting each other. Okay. I mean, I thought I was joining a chat that talk about what's going on in the world.
Whew.
You don't know what we're under an umbrella corporation, do you?
No,
I
you know
mean,
what?
it is.
Let's talk about economics, because that's a fun topic. I like that
That's
one.
under the umbrella too. What do you want to talk about under umbrella corporation? Let's talk about Wall Street and not the Main Street, and everything's going down the tubes.
Well, I can tell you that right now Wall Street is padding the pockets of this particular fellow that walks on Main Street.
Okay. Go on.
I just did a while ago. J.P. Morgan made me some pretty good money this year.
Well, yeah, but he's going to invade your account if you have it in Chase Manhattan and any of these other banks. They're saying we can go in and take your money as we wish and use it for the war machines and stuff. Okay, yeah, that's good. Really?
What's the alternative? What's the alternative? Not have shit?
No, not have them. We go away from them.
Who's
We go
them?
back to the Constitution. Hit the reset button. We
Oh,
gotta
come
hit the
on.
reset button at some time.
Come on.
And our debts, $57 trillion has to be forgiven.
Jason,
It has to be.
think this is not the same time, bro. Think how much time has passed since 1776, man.
Yeah, think about how much money these
This is a
creatures have
different.
made from you. These creatures,
No,
maybe
they
aliens,
haven't. I think
taking
about how
your
much I've
money
made for
and
myself.
putting it
No, they
yourself.
don't. Nobody's taking my money. Nobody's taking my money.
No, they're not
I
taking
have.
your money yet.
Do you know,
You
bro? They're
don't
not.
see it
Nobody. Who is
coming.
they? Who's they? We've been through this. Come on.
Manhattan?
Come on.
Come on, let's go through them. They made
Who?
money under what? They made
Under
it
an
under
agreement with
interest.
people. Yeah, so what? People agreed to the interest. It's an agreement.
I
If
know,
you don't like,
because
you
they've
don't
been
like.
taught to do it.
No,
They've been
listen to me.
taught to do
If
it.
you don't want to pay interest, don't sign the loan.
That's
I'm
right.
paying cash and everything. I'm outside your real world. Your real world is I put my money here and I put my money there, and they're stealing it from me, but that's okay as long as they give me a little bit to survive.
Okay, hey,
Okay.
bro, check it out. Let's do it this way
Okay.
then. Let's do it this
Okay.
way.
Hmm.
How much money you got in your checking account?
I have $600 because I took the other $2,000 and put it in my pocket. How's that?
Fantastic. You have $600 in the bank. How much you save?
I've saved that much and pulled it out because they're robbing me through my work, and I'm feeding myself from table to mouth, and I am doing that. Now, you understand how they're enslaved us. It's an
Okay,
enslavement.
again, let's
You're
have
enslaved.
this
You're
discussion.
enslaved. You're
No, I
more enslaved
just
than
asked
I
you
am.
last week.
It's pretty
I
funny,
just
huh?
I just asked you last week. How many job applications have you put in this week?
500.
You're
That's
a
bullshit.
liar.
Bullshit.
You're
Dude,
a
if you
liar
want to
too.
work
No, I'm not.
okay,
No, I'm not.
No, I mean,
trying
I'm telling you.
to create my own profit
I'm
outside
saying
of the
it for a good
system.
reason, right? I'm not saying that from a bad reason. I'm saying like you could actually do some work in the economy, right? Maybe you have a mental block or something that says like, I'm not accepted or whatever. I don't give a fuck, right? But you can do it. You're not doing it, so fuck you.
I'm going to be outside the system. You're all going to be in the system. You're going to take the chip. You're going to do everything they tell you, and these creatures are going to rule you as a slave. I don't want to be a slave.
Take care of yourself.
I am the
Don't you listen?
slave.
Are you not hearing me? I have the things to take care of myself. We talked about this last week.
I know you did.
You don't garden. You don't grow your own food. You don't can your own food. You don't dehydrate. You don't freeze. You don't buy in bulk. You don't do those things to take care of yourself. How are you going to live outside the system that you hate so much?
I'm going to be outside the system if I have to go out in the wilderness and be a mountain man. And you're all going to be trapped in the Antichrist system, and you're going to love it and worship it as a deity. Government is a deity. You don't know what you're worshiping. You're worshiping the government. It's a deity. It actually became a church. And you're going to go out there and play to it and say, oh, please give me something free. And these people out there on welfare and everything are going to die because of the welfare system, because it's going to collapse within the next 6 months. 6 months, maybe 7, maybe 8. But the dollar is going to collapse and you're going to have nothing.
The nearly $2,000 that I managed to just put in a savings account every month, not to mention my
and get negative.
retirement, not to mention my retirement funds. That
Negative.
money will assure me that I will ask for a handout much after you will.
No, no, no. You don't realize it. They're already talking about anti-everything as far as your money. It's going to be an anti-interest. And they're going to go in there and they're going to pull it out. If you have a savings box in your bank, they're going to go in there and pull your mom's jewelry out of there and say, this is all.
Yes, stop it.
And they're going to
Stop.
do this. This is fact.
No, 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 no.
I
No.
don't know where you're at, but I'm in America. I don't know where you're at. But in America, they're going to bring this down and we're all going to fall.
Oh. All right.
Well,
We have to do it this way, apparently. How many people does Jason know that have had their bank accounts robbed and their worldly possessions taken from their safety deposit boxes?
Woman, you want to say something? Come on.
No, it's coming. It's coming. It's not happened. It's coming.
Let's talk to the chick. Come on. Come on, chick. Say what you have to say.
It's coming. There is a downfall coming, and it's coming soon, and it's been well known throughout all of the alternate media and the mainstream media saying, oh yeah, they're going to come out and have this like in Greece. They're going to just pull your money out of there and take it for themselves because they need it to save the economy. Well, that means that's a wrong economy. The economy is wrong. The economy is the people. We build this economy. They're out there robbing us now and pulling all of it out. The great people, the 1%ers, are pulling all this money out and going to go on their rowboats and their airplanes, and they're going to fly off to an island, I heard New Zealand, and they're going to all go there while we all go.
I actually have a question for you. Now, you've been talking a long time. What did you do to the economy? Like you keep talking about like there's this economy that people like scavenging on. They didn't do anything for it. What did you do personally for the economy? Like what were you employed in? Like what did you do?
I'm just a slave worker in the economy.
No, what did you do? Right? What I did, right? I'm actually run an IT company in Australia, and before that, I have an economics degree. You know, I tried to run a different bunch of companies. So, what is it that you actually did that you feel that you have some kind of like umbrage about people who didn't do anything. So what did you actually do?
How can I do anything? I
You didn't
bought
do anything.
silver. I
Okay,
bought
fair enough. You
stuff.
did
I,
nothing.
I,
So
I bought
basically,
things
this is a
that I
conversation
need to
about
survive.
people. This is a conversation about people who did nothing and bitch about people who did something. What a fucking joke.
Where you think you're at? You think you're playing in this game that they're going to save you? You got the save me ticket?
No,
When
he's
everything
trying to,
collapses?
Jason, he's trying to tell you the same thing that I've been telling you. And that is, if you want to see a change in your life, you need to fucking make it yourself.
But you can't.
And you can't be mad at those of us.
That.
You can't be mad at those of us that have and have succeeded in doing
No,
so.
you don't have nothing. That's what I'm trying to say. You have nothing. Unless you're the 1%, J.P. Morgan, the banks, and everything else, you have nothing. You're feeling that you have all this power, but there's no
power. There is no power.
They're
There's
going to
not.
take you as well. They're going to
Ain't
take
nobody
you.
taking
I'm just
me
telling you
nowhere.
right now, they're going to
Sean,
take
no
you
one's
as well as
taking me
us.
anywhere. Oh, you're crazy. Quit it.
No, I'm not being crazy. I'm being logical. I'm being logical
Jason.
because this is what I've observed, being a person who observes and not go along with the mainstream media and everything. I'm going with my own thoughts
What
and
do you mean?
watching
What do you mean when you say
this.
that? What
And
is mainstream media? What is that?
mainstream media is controlled by the 1%ers who come out and make this banking system probable.
Okay, no.
And they're
What
not
is mainstream?
probable. They're losing money. They're right now
What
going
is
bankrupt.
mainstream media?
And they're
Stop. Just answer the question. What is mainstream media?
Come on, Jason.
okay. You want to know
Who is
what
mainstream media? What is mainstream media?
all the people that you see on the TV, on the mainstream news, is
I don't watch any of that, so I don't count.
paid
So,
millions of
I don't.
no, this is fact.
You said I
They're
did,
being paid millions
but
of
I don't
dollars.
watch that.
Lie to you. They're
But I
lying
don't
to
watch
you.
it.
They're
They're
making
not
you
lying to me.
believe in a
They're,
religion of the government. You're
I don't watch it,
a
so
government.
they're not doing anything to me because I don't watch it. Okay.
Okay, they're not doing
Okay.
anything right now. Wait,
Right.
wait.
So
Just
they
wait.
never will
Go
because
hide.
I don't
Go in the
watch.
corner, hide, and go, ah! And you'll find out when it comes to you.
Jason, let me tell you something, and this is what you've got to get past. Just because you choose to own a home, you choose to have a bank account, you choose to
choose
grow
to
a
have
wait, let me
all.
finish.
Okay, go
Just
ahead.
because you choose to grow a garden and can your own food and own several cars and have a business, whatever, does not mean that you are a slave to anything or anybody. I'm not a slave to the media just because I own a home. I'm not a slave to the government because I choose to have a bank account at Bank of America. That's not the point. You've got to get out of that frame of thinking. That is that conspiratorial crap
No,
that you really need to
it's
get past.
conspiracy fact that you are slaves, every one of you that believe in everything that you've been hearing for the
No, but that's what you
lifetime.
don't understand. That's what you believe, but that is
No,
not a fact.
and that way I believe it's what I know, and I should know. I'm the greatest occultist you ever see. That I was involved in all this. You just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Oh God, the real God, not your fake gods that
Yeah.
you worship
What can I
out
do for
there
you?
on the media. You can't do anything to me. You are disinformation to me, as well as the MSN. They all talk about this person was killed today. Really? They have no facts about the woman that was killed. They have no facts. They didn't come out and say, We have no facts because a general came out and said that, and they had to go, oh, we have to backtrack, and they backtrack, and they
Why don't you stop watching that shit then? If it bothers
see
you, why do you watch it?
because it's the truth underneath
Now, wait a minute. You
that
said it
I
was all
see it.
fucking lies.
It's
You
the
said the
truth
mainstream media tells you
underneath.
lies.
Now you're trying to play this game. I
I'm not
know,
playing any game.
Alaskian.
You said they
I
tell
know his.
lies.
I know his
If you know
color
they're
of
lying to you, why do you watch it? If you know they're lying, why do you watch?
because I can bring it for you and present it to you in a way that you will understand. But apparently, you're so brainwashed and so controlled by these
No, see,
entities.
I don't watch the shit, bro. That's what I'm saying.
I
I
don't
know they're
either.
Then
lying.
how
That's
do
why
you
I
know
don't
what I'm
watch the
talking
shit.
about? How do
Because
you
I
even
don't
know what I'm
watch it. That's why
because
I
you don't
don't
watch
watch
it?
it. It's entertainment television. Don't you get it?
It
Exactly.
is.
Exactly. It's entertainment, man. It's not real. It's not the truth. It's not.
CNN
So
CNN does
why
not come to your
do
door
you
for
not
free.
believe?
You pay to watch CNN. It is entertainment.
Okay, so why do you believe everything around you is real and
I
everything
don't
is coming
believe
at
I don't believe anything. The only thing I know is what I experience myself. And to me, the steak tastes like steak and it smells like steak, and I'm gonna eat the fucking steak.
Here, here.
the Matrix? Okay, you're all in the Matrix, and I'm outside of it. I am Nero.
Well,
Welcome
yeah,
to Nero.
you are outside the matrix because either you're doing one of two things, right? You're either bored with your life and you're trying to get attention, or you're trying to stir shit up. Now, if you're trying to stir shit up, you're stirring nothing up. Okay, so I would have a good hard look at your own life. What the fuck do you want to do with it? If you don't know what you want to do with it, it's not my problem.
Step
Needs to be a
forward
change, Jason.
and fight it. Fight the Matrix. They're lying to you. They're bringing this Matrix upon you, and you're going to go along with it. Will your children get vaccinated 67 times by the time they're 15 and become autistic or otherwise? They're going to do all this stuff. This stuff is happening right now. It's part of the Matrix. It's part of it.
And guess what? You're right in the middle of it too because you're sitting right here with us on a computer.
I know. But that's not the Matrix. The
Yes,
computer
it
is a
is.
semi. No, this computer is the semi matrix of the real world around you
And
that
you're
you can.
in the grid. If you were that adamant about it, you would get rid of your internet access. You would take on the mantle of
No,
Savior and you would go out into the world and
no,
preach your message. You would
no.
not be sitting here on the grid telling all of us how we're slaves to this and that when you are
That is so,
doing the same
that
thing.
is so funny.
It's hypocritical.
Guys, you know
Let's
what?
say
That is
I
actually
am
true.
Nero in the Matrix talking to you, and I'm outside of it, and I'm talking to you to try to convince you of one thing.
No, Jason.
We are controlled.
So,
We are
Steve,
under
this is
control.
Steve at customer service. Listen carefully. We are stuck in a virtual feedback loop.
Have you ever had deja vu? I had, and I had
Yeah,
several
we all
times
have, and
when the
there's a
Matrix
perfectly good
changed.
scientific explanation for it, and it's a
Because
misfire of the neurons in your brain. Nothing
yeah,
more.
they want you to believe that. That's part of the Matrix. Look at Galileo. Look at
Hey,
all the
hey,
others
you know
out there.
what?
They
I'm
were
sick of
misfires of the.
I missed it. Yeah, you hear? I think that there is there's all kinds of conspiracies that are trying to get us, and they're not the ones that you're trying to tell us. I think that the ones that are really real, I mean, they go from extraterrestrials to like all kinds of other things to all kinds of things that like stupid people would actually respond to and actually think that like maybe, we should refute that kind of stuff because that is like a way of, trying to get people to say, well, you have a valid argument. Well, I don't know.
I'm just saying that I know the real matrix, and I see this matrix out there, and they're projecting this to us through waves of Wi-Fi towers and other things. They're actually changing our thinking and our thoughts, and they're making you believe like a religion. You believe in the imaginary playmate in the sky. Okay, believe in that
I don't
imaginary.
believe in any imaginary playdate in the sky, and you know that. I have zero fucking beliefs, but I can tell you one thing for sure. This matrix has afforded me a very comfortable lifestyle with a loving family and children and beautiful grandchildren and boats, lots of boats and lots of beer. And I spend 3 to 4 days a week partying on the river, drinking fucking beer with my family that I love very much because of this matrix system. So you'll have to forgive me if I enjoy the fruit of its labor, because I'm not a fucking slave, bro. I enjoy my life. My life is fantastic.
Yeah, but you're a slave. You're paying money to somebody. You're paying all this money off to
No,
somebody.
someone
And
is
they're
paying me
paying you.
money. Someone is paying me money.
Okay, let
No,
me
you're
put it like
paying them
this.
money. The taxes are paying them money.
Let me put it like
You have
this.
to
I live in a
see.
country where I choose to have the internet. I choose to work. I choose to go to school. I choose to drive a car that gets 7 miles to the gallon if I'm lucky. And you know what? People like to spout about this freedom to do this, freedom to speak your mind, freedom to live how you want to. Well, I do live the lifestyle that I want to live. And you know what? I'm happy. You got two choices. You can either live in a tent out in the wilderness preaching your crap, or you can have a car, have a house, have the internet, have TV. You live in a country where you can choose what you want to do.
But
And
only
that's what it
under.
all boils down to. Don't tell people they're a slave. You choose to
They
do what
are.
you want to do.
You are choosing to be a slave because you pay them off to have
But
this.
that is my right. Do you want to
It's
pay
your
some
right.
bills where you can tell me how to live? I don't tell you how to live. If you want to live the lifestyle you live, great, go for it. But I also am afforded the same choice. Why do I have to hear about how I'm a slave and I'm a shill and I'm a this and I'm a that? I'm an American. I live in a country where I can do that.
And the
Can we
Under a
just
difference is
all live our
price.
own lifestyle and
Under a
leave each
price.
other alone?
the
Under a
difference in our
price.
choices is pretty clear, though, because we can provide evidence to substantiate the claim that getting out and doing the things that is required to take part in society can give you fruit at the end of the growing season.
Exactly. That's all I'm trying to say. Live the way you want to. If you want to live in a tent, do it. If you want to have a job and have a bank account with Bank of America, do it. It's America.
Okay.
Debate.
Let me
Conversate.
let me
But
put
don't
let me
demonize.
put
Don't judge.
let me
Don't
put
label.
no. I'm not judging or not doing any of that. What I am telling you, you don't have to have any payment on anything if the government didn't take everything from you as far as taxes. And you could be living in a castle.
But I don't mind paying
you
taxes
ever
because I'd like to have paved roads. I'd like to have maintenance on
okay.
bridges.
Yeah, you
I'd
know what?
like that. I
Which
don't mind paying taxes.
I made the observation there that I learn more when I shut up than when I talk. So
okay, let's put it this way. If the government was actually using the money to pave your roads, pay for your schools, pay for housing and everything else, We wouldn't be in war with other countries if somebody wasn't making a profit off of it. We are out there doing things that Putin is now coming out and saying, I
Well,
want to
Bunny, can I
trade
say
with
something real
these
quick?
people. I want to trade with you. I want to trade. He's not out there trying to
Go,
create a
Bunny.
war. And we are trying to create a war, not the people, the government. Abomination and all his royal families are out there trying to create this stuff. And if you don't see that these royal families are out there trying to rule the world and make you into a servant and kill you off with chemtrails, with fluoride in water, with drugs that you're taking, then you're not
Number
understanding the
one, I don't
entire
take drugs. I don't
picture.
take pharmaceuticals. I take vitamins. Number two, we
It's funny,
spent
right?
4,000. Wait a minute. We
It's
spent
funny, right?
$4,000 on a water clarification system, so I don't drink chlorine in my water. I don't have fluoride in my water anymore.
But
I
you
practice
agree
what
with
I
the
preach. I
war.
practice what I
You
preach.
want war, don't you? You want blood. You want blood on your hands, just like the government does.
Go,
Oh,
Bunny.
we
Can I
want
say
to
something
go
real
out
quick?
there and kill these people and make up stories about terrorists and make stories
Go,
about
Bunny.
all these creatures out
Very
there.
much,
And
right?
there's nothing that exist. They
No,
don't
no,
Go,
exist.
Bunny.
They
no,
really
no,
don't
no.
exist.
I'm not
You don't
saying
go out
that.
there and
No, I didn't
sting
say that.
them
I didn't
first
say
and
that.
Two
fear
people.
Mormon.
Go, Bunny. There's two people in this world. There's talkers, and then there's doers. Are you gonna talk about it, or are you gonna do it?
Well, that's not fair, actually. There are people who are commentators as well. I mean, they try and see what other people are doing, and they tell people what they're doing. But this guy seems to have very mixed messages. The truth is,
No, I have no mixed
well, you know
messages.
what? You have a lot of time to talk, all right? So I want to talk now because I'm not quite sure like what your motives are. The truth is that the U.S. FBI and other people actually create most of the
Believe
terror
them?
plots, you know, that you see on
You
the
believe
news.
them? You
Hey, you know what?
believe these
You know
people?
what, bro?
That
Hey,
the
wait,
FBI. No,
wait.
let me
You have enough
talk.
time to
The
talk, right? Oi, oi. That's enough, right? You've had enough time to talk.
FBI made up
Dude, enough.
cases
Come on,
of
Brandon, it's
attacks. The
right?
Christmas tree
Dude, I
bomber.
haven't
The
listened
guy
to you.
was
Like,
paid money
no,
to
wait,
do what he
oi, oi.
did from the.
Enough. Can someone please, like, who's the moderator here? Who's the
I
moderator?
am.
It's his
Well, you
call,
know
I
bro.
what?
am the
Moderator,
moderator.
that's fucked up as hell. All right, if you're the moderator,
No, I'm not fucked up. You're a fucked up. You're more
you know
fucked up
what?
than I am.
You know
I
what? If
thought
you're
I
the
was fucked
moderator,
up.
if you're the moderator of this chat, if you're the moderator and you won't even let me speak, well, then what does that say? I've been very polite and very, whatever. I'm an intelligent person. I've got a degree in economics, econometrics, commercial law. So, if you don't want to hear what I have to say, just delete me. If you want to hear what I have to say, then give me some space to speak.
No, man. Go ahead. Say what you want. Have the
Yeah,
floor.
go for it.
All right. I think that what's going on in the world at the moment is that there's a heterogeneity in the American world order where basically what they're doing is they're following the Israeli lead, who are basically, if you go back to the Rothschilds and other people, are trying to achieve a world heterogeneity over the world, right? They want the whole world to be controlled by one world power. They don't want a sort of disparate world where, like, China's here and, Russia's here and, like, Asia's here and America's here. They want a whole world where the whole world's controlled by one power, right? So that's called the PNAC document, right? Where basically they try and just disrupt the Middle East to the point where they're all fighting against each other, so they can basically take control. The main problem, not problem, but the main focus of this strategy is world hegemony via the US dollar. So you've got a whole bunch of Jewish Israeli bankers who basically have controlled and still control the world currency. And they have all these central bankers from the Europe Central Bank to the American Central Bank. And let's have a look, right, at what happened when they invaded Libya. The first thing that happened was they started a central bank. The first thing that happened when they started invading America, they started a central bank. Is it all about monetary policy? Is it all about, central banking? No. That's one part of it, and that's my degree, right? I have a degree in economics, but it's a big part of it. So I'm just trying to gift that to you all so that you can actually put that in your head and think about it for yourselves. So that's all I have to say.
It is. It's all economics. It's all coming through economics. I thank you for that. We're under economic control. I have no idea why they are doing this, except they want money. They're money junkies and money freaks. There's both of them out there. And it shouldn't be Wall Street that runs America, but it should be Main Street that runs the money. And we're not allowed to have that since 1934. The banks have taken over worldwide. It's not just here in America, it's everywhere. They've taken over the money, they control the money, they
Why do you say 1934 as opposed to 1913?
Because 1934 is when the second bank came in. And when the second bank came in, after it was abolished in the first one in 1913, it had a charter, and they discontinued it and called it the Federal Reserve instead of the bankster system. I mean, basically that was it. They changed the name, made it the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve came in, and it was centralized banking under private banksters who came out, and they made this entire system where they had to charge interest to you.
But that was 1913, not 1934.
No, 1934, they reestablished it in 1934. Just look it up. It's out there. Go to whatreallyhappened.com.
Never heard the 1934 before.
Okay, go to What Really Happened. Look in the very top. He has all the topics up there on the very top. And you go to the bankster system, and that's where we're at right now. It's the banker system of 1934, where they came back again after the charter was renounced in 1913. After it did a few years, they saw that these banksters were taking all this interest in, and they shut it down, and it went to 1934. And they came back again under a new name. They went down to Jekyll Island, and Jekyll Island is where they plan to make everything interest. And since then, well, the world's been taken over by them because they charge interest on the money. It's not the government that prints this money. If the government printed it, it would.
Right. No, I mean we all know what the Federal Reserve is. That's not a big deal. But again, when you bring up the interest deal, look, man, the buyer beware, right? If you don't want to pay someone interest on the loan, you just don't take that loan.
No, it's the money. The piece of paper in your pocket is charged an interest by the government printing it.
Do you know how much interest
Every
that is?
time.
Do you know what the prime interest rate is?
I don't have to know the prime interest. I just know they charge you.
Yeah, you do. No, because that is the interest rate on which all other interest is based. That's the interest that the Federal Reserve charges to print the note. Do you know what that rate is? Because that's how much the Federal Reserve is making.
Okay, they make it for 2%, or maybe 2 cents on a dollar.
No,
And it's,
no,
it's
not even,
face
not even
value
close.
on the rest of it. That's why we own $57 trillion to them. 57 trillion. We don't owe that because our government went and did this stuff. We are not responsible for that debt. We are free of it. All we have to do is have a jubilee and it all goes away. And suddenly you don't own anything that they want you to pay them. You own everything. You get everything that they owed you because there's
because
no
theft is cool, right? You can make a deal with somebody and then renege on that deal and just steal your shit. Is that the way it works?
Hey, fuck you,
That's
bro.
the way it works as far as the
Fuck
government.
you.
Yeah, as far as the government,
Bunch
the
of bullshit,
government
bro.
can do that. But I'm not responsible for that. You're not responsible for that. And if you don't understand that, you are retarded. You have been retardicized for not understanding that.
No, if you enter into an agreement, you have a binding contract, which means you are responsible if you sign that note.
I did not. Did you agree to that contract? Did you agree to that
Yes, I
contract?
did. If I signed a mortgage, I damn sure did agree to the
Goldman
contract.
Sachs
Yes, I did.
Then you're an idiot for doing it. I'm just sorry that you did that, but that's not the main bank.
Goldman
That's
Sachs entered into an agreement with the Greek government to hide the Greek debt from the Eurozone so they could get into the Eurozone. And they got $800 billion for it. Okay? So are you saying that that $800 billion should be given back?
Yeah, it should. It's a fraud.
Absolutely.
The whole thing has been a fraud.
And
Yeah,
secondly,
you're
the only reason that actually the Germans let the Greeks into the Eurozone to start with was so they could keep their exports going. They were trying to dilute their own currency to keep their exports going, which is in itself ridiculous, okay? Because the strong currency actually helps people. So
Article
who
4.
the person before that was trying to actually say that, like, okay, I'll tell you one thing. Giannis is my old European lecturer. I actually studied under him for 3 years, right? Now, I don't agree with socialism. I'm a libertarian and stuff like that. But I agree with him under the debt, okay? He's basically saying this debt is fictitious, right? What happens is they put a bunch of debt on people. Then the IMF comes in and says, well, what we're going to do is we're going to keep your economy together. What they'd really do is that tranche of money is a bunch of austerity, which goes to pay back the old debt, right? So they're not really actually, helping any economies. They're just helping. It's like a bouncer in a club. Imagine if you're a bouncer in a club and just go, fuck you, and like you just push you out of the club and then you have to pay the debt back, right? They're not an actual, they're not actually helping the Greek economy. What they're really helping is the Greek debtors, right, who gave bad loans to Greece. And the reason that the people gave bad loans to Greece was because they knew that the IMF would come in and they'd go, well, you know what? If you don't pay this shit back, we're going to take your assets. We're going to take your ports. We're going to take whatever. But the Greeks have got like 30% unemployment, 50% unemployment with youth. It's not going to work. There's going to be a revolt in Greece. So it's just, I'm as libertarian as you can fucking get. Look at my homepage or whatever you call it or whatever. I'm telling you, this solution is madness.
It's madness because we are owed that money and we don't owe it because the people did not vote on it in our country. The people did not agree with this. It was our government, which claims to be a deity, and we put them in there and they did wrong, and the people didn't catch on to it in time, and we don't owe that. It's Jubilee. It's time for a Jubilee. It's time to have all debts annulled everywhere, on your house, on your home, in your car, any debts you owe. That is the secret, and nobody's standing up for it.
No,
I can't
because
stand
standing
up
up,
by
if I can,
myself.
if I may, I am a man. And when a man agrees to do something, he holds up his end of the fucking bargain. I agreed to a loan on my car, and I agreed to pay them a percentage of that
You
loan
are
in
looking
interest.
at the small picture. That's your problem. You're not
No,
looking at
Because
the
the whole
big
that
picture is
is
small
picture.
to
a
me.
No, it's
contract.
the
No
big
one
picture.
came
The
to my
big
house
picture.
and made me sign anything. I chose to sign a
You
mortgage deal. I
are
chose
in
it.
agreement with the devil. Okay, you went in agreement with the devil,
Let him speak.
and you're going along
Yeah,
with it.
well,
That's a small
okay.
part compared to the big part. The big
Spellbinder,
part of it is they
Spellbinder, let
all
Paul talk for
did
a
this
second,
in
Dude,
the
man.
yeah,
big
yeah, let him talk.
bankers, the one
Spellbinder,
percenters. The one
let Paul,
percenters owe more money than you do.
Look, that's
Spellbinder,
not
let
fair,
Paul
right? You
finish what
can't
he
just
was
have a
saying.
monologue, man. Let's let some other voices, right? I don't mind to agree with him, but let him talk.
Yeah,
Let
let
me
Paul
let
talk.
me speak. Okay, the what they did,
No,
they
not you.
agreed.
Let him talk. He was trying to like. I want to hear alternate voices. You know, like what were you trying to say?
I'm saying that
Not you, the other guy.
No,
Where's he gone?
I was saying let Paul finish what he was saying.
Well, and it wasn't even me talking. Nas, I think it was you, buddy. You were talking, and Jason came in right over the top of you. But at least that's what it was on my end. We might just have some bad lag or something.
No, it was
Oh,
you. You were
I
saying
think, I
that
think.
you're a man, and when a man says something, he does
Oh
what he
yeah,
says.
yes,
He's a
yeah,
man of his
yeah,
word.
yeah. A
Oh,
man, a
I
man.
apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agreed
Let's
to
hear more about
pay.
that. Right? If a man gives his word, and he
Right.
says that's my thing,
I
like
I
that.
agreed to I agreed to that loan. I made the agreement with them. I said if you give me X amount of dollars, I will pay you X amount plus 5% or plus 0.25% or whatever it is. I agreed to that. I will hold
Yeah.
up my end of
Now
the
let's
deal.
have a look who actually
no,
made those loans, right?
you're
So
getting
my
that.
question is who actually made those loans? Like when they said like we're gonna go into 185% of debt, who made those loans? Here they are. The people who made those loans were paid and bought for Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, banksters who just dumped the Greek people into that loan, knowing they couldn't pay it back. They got huge bonuses. There was $800 billion before that. Who knows how much money they got from that? So this was not like the Greek
No, no,
people
no, no.
saying,
And right, and I apologize if that's the way you took it. I'm not referring to the Greek problem, and that was a huge fucking problem, and it's still a huge problem, and it's going to be for a fucking long time, and I agree with that. And there was wrong done. I'm saying on this side of the
okay, it
water,
was wrong.
it,
What was wrong about it? What is it and what was wrong? I can tell you.
first of all,
It was Goldman
again,
Sachs trying to
you
get
already
Greek.
no, because we're not talking about fucking Greece. We're talking about the United States, and we're talking about me. He said I'm the one with the
Oh,
fucking
okay.
problem,
Sorry,
and I have
my bad.
loans that I shouldn't have to pay interest on. And that is bullshit. I should have to pay the interest on the loans because I agreed to pay it.
Sorry, so which
Period.
people don't have to pay
So
interest on the
you
loan?
agreed to be a slave.
Sorry, let's get
Okay.
clear here, right? Which exact people in the US don't have to pay loans, interest on the loans? Like, yeah, who are you talking about? Who doesn't have to pay interest on the loans?
Jason, whose interest would get wiped clean? Everybody's, right?
No, you just said, Paul, that you want to switch the
Right. That was the
conversation.
point that Jason was making. No, we're not changing it. Jason
No,
said that
okay.
if it
So
was,
who
he
in the
said
US?
earlier, if it was fixed,
No,
everyone,
okay, so
everyone's slate would get cleaned. No one would owe interest
sorry,
anymore to anybody.
who in the US do you
That's
think
it.
should not pay back the debt?
Okay.
I don't
Jesus
think
kicked
anyone
the
should not
tables
pay back.
over in the Bible, and he kicked them over because the money changers were
Do
going
any of you
from
guys actually have any
one
qualifications in
to
economics at all?
shackles. I'm just
I
saying that
don't
he,
think.
he kicked them over. He kicked them all out of there because they were charging
Hell
interest.
yeah! Hell
Therefore, it's
yeah!
unbiblical.
Spellbinder, actually, Jesus kicked the people out of the
Money
temple
changes
because
fucking
the people
tables.
were making money off of his father's name. But I look at it, Paul, he has a good life. He has family. He has money. He has boats. He's living life. And we're going to be until we're thrown into FEMA camps, until the government comes and takes us, then we'll be slaves. But you'll never get out of debt. You have your phone bill, you have your house that you have to pay, you have everything.
Property tax and everything else. Yeah.
Actually, it depends on where you go. There's some places out west that if you buy the land in gold or silver, straight up gold and silver, it's paid off. If
True.
you can buy your house in gold and silver,
I've heard that.
cash, totally paid off. But until people start doing stuff about this, instead of just talking about it, it's not going to happen.
Okay,
Me
let's
out-
agree to disagree on this one thing. If you don't want a loan, don't sign the agreement. And then you won't have to bitch about it. You can live with your parents the rest of your life, or you can live in a tent. You can do whatever you want to do. But I chose to sign a loan because I wanted my own place. That was my choice. I am not a slave. No one from Bank of America came to my door and said, you're going to sign this piece of paper and you're going to give us your money whether you want to or not. That is not the way it is. You choose to sign the agreement. You choose to pay what is due. If you don't like that, don't sign the agreement. Therefore, you have no reason to bitch about it.
That doesn't matter. It's paying taxes on land, on schools, on anything out there that you're personally paying taxes. I have a school system that's teaching the children to be just like you, to worship government, and Obama is your God.
Well, you
Bow
know
down
what?
to him.
Let me
And you know
counter
what?
that.
I don't want to bow down to any man who puts his pants on the same as I do.
Let me
That's
counter that. Let me counter that for just a second because I'm fixing to go to bed, but I'm going to counter that remark. Okay, I don't mind paying taxes because I want the kids to have textbooks. Where the fuck do you think the money for the textbooks comes from?
What do you think are in the textbooks?
Taxes. And you know what? I hope there are children who grow up like me. And you want to know why? Because if they choose to own their own home, to get an education, to have their own place that they can call their own, that they choose to pay for, bravo, go for it, good for you. There is nothing wrong with being the way I am or the way Polly is, or to choose the way you are. But it is a choice. It is not forced on me.
Yeah, it is. And your school children are going to come back and say, Mommy, you got to go and die because they taught me that in school. That you got to get off of the world so we can survive. Is that what you want? Is that what you wish? That's
I
what they're
don't want
teaching
them
in
to
the
be
school.
uneducated. I want them to have an education. I want them to work for what they want. I don't want them given to them. I don't want them living off the state and being on welfare and walking around with their hand out and bitching about the way things are when they don't even fucking pay into it. No, I don't want them to be like that. I don't want them to be welfare slaves. I don't want them to sit around and worry about things that they don't even pay into. I want them to have that the mindset and the education to choose who they want to be and what they want to do and where they want to live, and not expect someone else to give it to them.
They're not teaching that. They're not teaching it. Do you realize what your children are being taught? They're being taught to worship government as God.
No, they're being taught what I teach them. They are given references and the education to choose for themselves. I don't want mindless little drones. I want them to think for themselves. They learn their education at school, and then they come home, and we converse, and we talk, and we research, and they have the skills to go out into the world and choose their own path. That's the way they grew up.
Okay, so they're not being taught at school one thing, and you have to reverse them to understand your thinking.
They are taught morals and values at home. They go to school for their education, and that is my responsibility to teach them morals and character. That's my responsibility, not the state, not the school.
I understand. I see if you're doing such as that, I do understand.
Well,
I
hang on, hang on,
do.
hang on. There's a problem here, right? The last thing you said that you think that you should teach them values and morals. Now, that implies that, like, you actually, I was supportive of you until that. I mean, how can you do that? How can you teach people values and morals? I mean, which values and morals do you teach people? Please tell me, like, because there's like 3 million of them. So, which values and morals do you teach your children? Because I'm up to that point, I was with you. You can't teach
Don't
values and morals.
steal. Be honest. Be caring about people who are worth caring for. Help
Okay,
people
now
who
we're
are in. What?
careful.
You asked me a question. Can I finish? I'm not
No,
done yet.
I actually asked a
I
question. I'm gonna
am not done yet. You
please
asked me a
return the call.
question. Let me finish. You teach
Well,
them to be a good person, to work for a living, to not
dude, they're all
expect people to
platitudes. They're
give
all
them
platitudes.
anything, to be
Dude,
honest, to be
who's a good
honest above
person?
all.
Okay, you said what's
You
good for
ask
them?
questions and you don't let people answer. How the fuck
Well,
can I tell you anything when you don't listen? That's another thing. You listen and then you speak
okay.
and
I'm
then
trying
you
to
hold
ask
a
you. I'm trying to get advice.
conversation.
I'm trying to delve deeper into what it means to be a good person,
But
right?
you're
Okay.
not learning because you won't listen. You want to
No,
just
no,
walk on people. You won't let them fucking talk. So you go ahead with what you're saying.
I'm asking you, what does it mean to be a good person? What does that mean? You said you want
I'm
people to be a good person. What does that mean? Tell me.
I'm trying to tell you, but you don't listen. You start talking and you don't listen to what the other person has to
Okay.
say. So are
Tell
you
me.
going to
What is
talk
a
or are
good
you
person?
going to let me talk?
No, please explain. What is a good person?
Are you going to listen while I talk or what? Are you going to talk over me some more? Can I have the
I
floor?
apologize. I will roll out the red rug, and you know
I
what?
did
I
not
actually like
ask for
you.
that. You asked
I
me a
actually like
question
you.
and you
I
won't
like
let
you.
me answer. I've
No,
never
I
seen
like you.
someone who won't let me answer a fucking question.
Let
You
the
ask me
lady
a question
talk.
and you won't let me answer it.
Why do you answer? Please. I like
Let
you.
her talk.
I think you're hot. Please answer.
Anyway, honesty is a big thing with me. Honesty, caring for people who are worth caring about. Hard work. Don't walk around expecting things to just happen. You go out and make it happen. You work for a living. You do what you're supposed to do. You abide by the laws. You think for yourself. Don't let other people influence you. Don't let people bully you. Believe what you want to believe. Live how you want to live. But don't expect someone to do it for you. As a start,
Well, there's a couple of problems here, right? You can live how you want to live. Or, I mean, there's plenty of people who want to live in ways that are antithetical to other people, so it comes into conflict, right? So you have to have a way to resolve that conflict, right? That is the essential, problem of human nature. And laws yourself, like, agree with the law. Well, the law is just a consensus of people who are in power, right? And it changes over time. So it would be better to teach your children that the law is exactly that. It's just like something that changes over time. And instead of telling them, like, agree with the law and, like, that's the way it should be. But I like you. I think you're like a solid earth kind of person. And, yeah, I'm not the fucking be all and end all of stuff, but can you see what I'm saying?
it's basically what I said, but yeah.
Well, it's not actually. I'm stretched it to the point of like bend back before like it's behind your arm, but well, we can talk offline. I don't know if we're on the fire here. So I like you, man. Like maybe we can like do that whatever like thing is. So.
Okay.
Have
Good
nothing.
morning, Bev.
awkward.
How you doing this morning, buddy?
Doing not too bad.
What'd you have for breakfast?
I haven't had breakfast yet.
Get the fuck up, man. It's almost 8 o'clock.
I've been up all night. I had pizza at like,
Again?
yeah.
School's gonna come around and bite you right in the ass.
Yeah, tell me about it.
All right, since no one else is gonna. See, here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna get used to staying up all night, right? Then
Yeah.
school's gonna happen, and then you're gonna get bit in the ass by having to get up and do that shit. Since if you want me to tell you about it.
Tell me about it then.
That's all I got. Man. That's it. I'm done.
I guess I came in too late.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right, Spellbinder.
Did anybody happen to see the picture that was found in the Hubble telescope archives of the big smiley face?
That was cool.
Isn't that awesome?
I love it.
That was great. Yeah, this great picture in Hubble. That was a big smiling face.
Big old crowley smiley face out there. Ding.
Ding.
That's all it is, man. The universe is trolling everybody.
Trolling worldwide.
Shit, trolling universe-wide, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Universe-wide, galaxy-wide. All that shit.
That's different. Trolling.
It's an awesome picture. I put it on the desktop on my phone.
So,
Did you read the article about how that picture was found? Anybody? No?
One Hubble. That was,
Well, they do contests where you can sift through all the images, and you can find them on the internet. You can search them and just look at all of the images, and people just sit and look at the pictures and find different fun anomalies. And that's how that one was found. It was entered into the contest.
This is the first time I heard about it.
Are you in the? Maybe not. Check on Google Plus in the trolls, haters, and naysayers community. I know somebody posted it there.
that was back to Vaughn. Oh my God. Back to Vaughn. Where's Von Helsing when I need him?
The hell you need him for?
The guy that thinks he's Frank Castle, evil must be punished.
no,
Ezra.
he's hanging with the religious tards.
Is that where
I
he's
thought his ass
at
was pagan.
now?
Yeah.
He's saying that
He's a pagan
he
hanging out
claims
with
to be Spellbinder. Von Helsing claims to be pagan, but yet he knows more about the Bible than different other pagan religions.
Well, he's a pagan now, man. He converted, homie. Don't you remember the 20-plus years that he sat and waited for God to deliver him a wife? But the minute he said, fuck God, I'm going to go find one, he did. And that's when he married his child bride.
Oh, the only woman he ever got was somebody is that was 19 when he was
Right.
like 50 something. That and she, I'm sorry to say this, but she looks like she could be in a mental institution.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, she is.
It's a mental case, but you know,
Last time I talked to her, she was doing porn vids on porn video websites.
porn. Oh no. Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah. In reality, we can speculate all we can, but there's Vaughn and his wife.
Oh, that's another story for another day.
Agreed.
So what else is on the news that you want to talk about?
I got myself some peppers,
Ooh, what'd you get? What'd you get?
some mixed peppers. I'm gonna add them to my omelette next time I make it.
Good for you.
Well, I heard Von Helton ain't on YouTube anymore. I've heard the trolls finally got him.
I know he's still on YouTube. He's still doing his karaoke and shit.
He was singing a song from the Beatles, and it made it sound freaking horrible.
He sells, but who's buying? He sells, but who's buying?
I can't sing worth shit. The only thing that I can do with musical wise is play the drums. But him supposedly singing, he's off tune. He's like on a flat note through the whole thing.
Wow.
Well, he ain't singing for you. He's singing because he likes to sing, hater.
Who sells, but who's buying? It's like, you gotta, I don't know.
You're
So
the
what?
big old dummy poo-poo head hater.
Secular opinion. Where's secular opinion?
Oh, I used to be a
Secular
follower. I used
revenge.
to be a follower of Bond years and years ago until he made supposedly try to have a rift between me and Spellbinder.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Spellbinder started talking to you guys, that's when me and Vaughn were getting in a fight, saying that, oh, if you go over and talk to them, you can't come over here and talk to me, all that bullshit.
Yeah. Well, and he's I mean, look, man, we don't need to talk about this guy, but he's the one that blocks people. He's the one that does that. He knows he's always welcome in this fora, you know. I mean, I don't know how Jason feels about it. It's Jason's show, but I'm saying if I'm around, always welcome to talk to me. He's gonna get the fucking business, you know.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Where is secular opinion? I'm like him weird.
Sleeping.
Oh, it's late, bro. You gotta think it's 2 o'clock in the morning,
Oh, it
man.
gets
He's
dusty in here.
He normally this time secular.
not during the week. That's on the weekends. He works during the week.
Get
Does
dusty
he?
brown in here.
What's going on, guys?
Hmm. He may be on here. I don't know. I talk to him on the weekends, but secular is usually on here.
Well, you got to think your weak time habits have changed recently. So,
Hold on a sec.
all right, Jimmy, you got to mute your mic if you're not talking, buddy.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I'm on my iPad, that's why, so it's a little bit of a different game.
Right. You just got to hit mute if you're not on.
Oh, sorry.
Hello,
Yeah, if you're
Jimmy.
not talking, mute.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No problem, man. Let me just...
You know what? Why don't you just stay muted all the time? That'll be even better.
Yeah, just don't talk.
Right. Yeah, well, I was thinking since you were down here, maybe you could clean the place up a little bit.
Let me just get my peppers out. So I can make Paulie jealous.
Oh, bro, you ain't gonna make me jealous. I'll go in there and show you some shit you ain't even heard of.
Oh, thanks again for serving in the military, man.
Oh, nothing to it, bro. Really. I mean, nothing to it.
Yeah, my dad, he's been in for 30 years now, and he going into enforcement retirement because last year ago he ended up getting a brain injury, a TBI from somebody hitting him 50 miles an hour, and he was a battle medic.
Wow. 30 years is a long damn time. Are those just bell peppers then?
I don't know. I just got them.
All right, hold on. Let
I
me
saw the
pull it
word
up so I
peppers
can
and I
look
just
at it
got them.
here. Hold still. Stop fucking wiggling, kid. You got Parkinson's or what? Hold still.
I am bloody still.
The fuck you are.
Those
Your
look like...
phone must
There
be
you
all
go.
shaky.
All right, now move away a little bit so I can see the peppers themselves.
Oh, well, they're in the packet. 'Cause I haven't
Okay, I
got them out yet.
see a big red bell. I see a green bell. I see a. Okay, it
Green
looks like
and-
they're all bell peppers then.
Right.
Are you making some chili, Babs?
I'm gonna make an omelette later, and I'm gonna add some peppers and some chilies to it.
Add some cilantro to that shit, dude. Also.
Yeah, man. Little cilantro, some onion. Ooh, yeah. A little diced tomato on top. Ooh. Fuck
yeah,
it,
I
go
got some.
pico de gallo. Fuck that shit up.
I didn't
Also a little
use
Get some ham.
I didn't use canned tomatoes this time. I used real tomatoes.
There you go.
Oh,
Well, I did.
nothing but the finest, right?
Oh, hold on, let me get my tomatoes out. I got these little plum tomatoes and these fine ripped tomatoes. Hold on.
Be fine ripened.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Spellbinder, did you Arrow tonight?
I didn't catch Arrow. I am going to watch it maybe tomorrow now.
Good
And,
episode.
I like it when they did the crossovers, but that's what got me interested in Arrow was the crossover of Flash and Arrow. That got me involved. They did that deliberately.
Oh yeah, for sure. But
I need
tonight's
to get caught up on Supernatural.
I did that. I did
I don't
catch
have
up on
the
Supernatural.
We don't get the channel up here in the area where I'm living at. So I'm just waiting until the 10th season gets on DVD so I can watch that.
I watch it on Hulu, and I catch up on my Supernatural. That was pretty good. It wasn't that bad. It was like, wow, there was mystery.
yeah, I didn't catch a Supernatural. I've been on and off.
Supernatural was good. It was the first 3 seasons were good. The 4th season was pretty good. The 5th, that's when it took a slope. The 6th season took another slope. Then 7th season came back up. 8th season went back down. Then 9th season it came back up again.
Yeah.
This season so far is pretty good. I kind of like season 10 so far. It's got some good episodes.
Yeah, it's a good one. You know what impressed me was
What I would have liked is
Grudge.
they Spellbinder.
Grudge
What would have been good
3.
is if they had Dean stay a demon through the whole episode, through the whole season. I mean, I watched out up until Castiel made him human again, and then ended up losing it.
Well, and the one I watched last night was about Ghost that came back, and they had to fight the Ghost,
Right.
and that was pretty wild in itself. Uh, I've also watched Grudge 3. I like Grudge 3 over the first two. Grudge 3 had a lot of got you in there. I
Oh,
mean,
Spellbinder. If you like
that was
horror movies,
awesome. That was awesome. Grudge 3.
guys, Spellbinder. If you guys like horror movies, like spooky movies like that, don't watch The Grudge or The Ring. Watch Ringu and Juon. They're the original Asian
Yeah, I
versions of it.
did see the original.
This is
I
good.
did see Juwan, and that
Juon
was
is
the best. That was the best
that's
after the
the
first
original of The
episode.
Grudge, and Ringu, that's a lot better than the remake of The Ring. Well, The Ring sucks. The
Oh
Ringu
yeah.
is a lot better.
No, the Japanese versions of Ringu was 10 times
Uh,
better than the American
yeah,
version.
Jengu.
Because the reason why I like it,
Jengu.
see, The
Yeah.
Ring, the reason why The Ring's okay, but with The Ring it's just fast paced. With a lot of the Asian horror films, it's slow paced. They build you up to it with spooky music, spooky imagery, and then at the end, it's bam. Like, what the hell?
What the hell? Yeah, I can understand that because I watched
You,
Jengu or
has anybody
Jeonju.
played the video game back in the 90s called Silent Hill?
Yes,
Oh yeah.
I
If you
watched
guys
Silent
don't
Hill.
have a,
Silent Hill was a crazy fucking movie, I'll tell you that.
Oh, it was.
Jimmy,
It was
if you like
blowing me
Silent
away.
Hill,
I didn't know it
would you
was
like to play some
gas
Spellbinder?
or
Say
it
something for a
was
second?
the, yeah.
Jimmy, if you like Silent Hill, the original game, if you have a PlayStation 3, go out and buy The Evil Within. It's
Oh,
like
that'd
Silent
be a
Hill
different.
on
I have to
steroids.
see that. I mean, I just watched Dredge 3, and I was impressed with it. It had a
See,
lot
the
of
thing
got
with
yous
that
in there. It
Spellbinder, Dredge,
had to
Dredge
be
3D
15,
was actually the way
15 of
Dredge
them.
was in the comic books. The Stallone version wasn't how Dredge was in the comic books. The Dredge comic books were very bloody, very gore, very violent, and very verbal.
It was Grudge, the Grudge movies that got me, the Japanese Grudge movies. And I watched the one that you said, Ju-on, or and the one after it. 3 was real good. I was impressed with 3. I was very impressed with the Grudge and the Hornet Spirit, and that just blew me away today. I just watched that and I was like jumping and stuff when stuff happened because I wasn't expecting them to do all this stuff that they did that made you, it's got you. I got you. It was like, oh, and you're fed back into it. And I just bought that movie today, and I went through that one. That blew me away. The Grudge.
Has anybody heard that they're gonna
The
remake
Grudge.
Stephen King's It?
I heard about that. Yeah, I did hear that. I don't know
With
if it.
this, I was reading some more news. With this, instead of having him be a spider, they're gonna have him be a demonic clown that feeds off of your fear.
Wow.
It's he's sort of going to be like Freddy Krueger in a way that he's going to go into your dreams and feed off your most
Hey, Steph,
nightmares.
hey, Steph,
Wow.
have you ever played this game before? It's called. It's supposed to be like the makers of like Silent Hill and stuff like that. That's supposed to be another survival horror game, but heard it was pretty good.
I've
Pretty.
never played that.
Uh,
What's it called?
Deadly Premonition. It's kind of an
Oh
old.
yeah, I
Huh?
played that game. It's a like real old school, like when PlayStation 3 first came out.
Yeah. Is it any good, or because I got it for a discount price? So.
It's good, but it's slow pacing,
Right. Okay. All right.
like a crime mystery. Pretty much you're investigating stuff and wondering what's going on.
So it's not horror per se then, or.
It is, but it's more like going back to NES, like Clock Tower.
Okay. I know what you're talking about now. I played Clock Tower.
I remember when that shit first came out to NES, and you had to, instead of having the controller, you had to use a mouse to find your way through the mansion and everything.
Right, right. Yeah, I remember those titles.
But the with the video game, uh, The Evil Within, you're this investigator. You're going to investigate this killing, this murder at a mental institution, and then you end up getting in a car accident and you go into this alter reality where with zombies, this real demon Asian style horror where you have to fight this one lady called like Spider Lady, where if you walk past blood, she shoots up and you can't kill her with bullets or anything. You gotta burn her to death.
Right. No,
That's the shit.
yeah, I played like the first couple minutes of it, and then I just haven't picked it up. But it looked interesting, you know. I've only played like the first like 5 minutes of it, unfortunately.
And the best thing with that, if you beat it and then do the game plus, you start off with 50,000 gel and a fully automatic machine gun and a rocket launcher.
I like it when they do the mission. I like it when they do the game pluses, you know, because it's just like an added bonus to that. Yeah.
You guys like gamers?
A little bit. Yeah, I played a couple games.
Well, I'm kind of an old gamer, right? I'm 42, so when I used to play Quake, and like in the old days, we used to go on servers and like play Quake and like Quake 2 and like that was like a precursor to like Wolfenstein 3D shit like that.
Right.
And now I think it's like more like Tour of Duty and all that kind of stuff. So I'm pretty much left behind, so I can't really keep up with the nuances of what's going on. But I'll tell you what actually used to be fun. The fun shit was like there was always times where you'd meet people like in kind of strange places in the game or whatever, and like you kind of jump up and down, and in the end you end up talking to them. I used to do anyway. And you go, what's going on, whatever, and like don't blow me up, and like so yeah, it's kind of like is that still going on? Like where you can still meet people, and that's kind of how you move. I mean, how do you actually for a start, are there clans anymore? Because there's a huge thing back when I was playing. And secondly, if there are, how do you form them?
Well, if you have a Xbox 360 or a PlayStation 3 or Xbox One or PS4, you can go play online with your friends. Well, you can play the same game, but you're all playing together, helping each other out, and talking to them live over the microphone. So,
well, I guess I'm going a bit more forward than that. Like clans normally form between people that actually are hardcore gamers that actually want to play for a long period of time to actually enjoy the game. It's not just like hey, let's get together. Like so, clans. I don't know what you call them. Back in the day,
Right.
clans used to be people who were like hardcore gamers who like formed alliances. So I'm just kind of figuring out, what's going on today. Is it just more tactile, like basically people just come together and they go away, like maybe that's how it is. I don't know. Maybe people just go, yeah, I'll play with you today, don't play tomorrow. I find it very hard to believe there aren't clans anymore.
Hey Jimmy, did they fix the Xbox One now so that way you don't have to have it on hooked up to the internet all the time?
That I don't know. Like, my Xbox is I haven't taken it off the internet yet, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, you have to have it on the internet all the time, right?
Yeah, and then I also heard that you you can't play any Redbox games or your friends' games. It just has to be completely new.
That I'm not too sure about that, but I know that if like from my experience also if you get disconnected, sometimes your game will freeze even. So like it did with mine, like and some downloaded games that you actually download,
Hmm.
some of them are pretty faulty as well.
Right.
My copy of Sunset Overdrive, which it did, but I got that taken care
Is anybody in here a big fan of the Grand Theft Auto Vice City?
Of course.
of. Babs, yeah.
They're working on remaking Grand Theft Grand Theft Auto 6, and Tommy Vercetti is gonna come back, and they're gonna take take us back to Vice City.
Well, if that's true, that sounds fucking awesome.
Sounds good.
Vice City was always one of my favorite
But
GTAs.
with this, it's either gonna be in the early 2000s or in the 90s.
Right.
That was my best one. I would be like in a boss battle, and I learned how to make the cheats and everything to get weapons. I
Yeah.
ended up slaughtering like 40 people, and then cops were chasing me, and I ended up having my car being able to drive on the water.
Yeah, I've still got Vice City on my PS2. Great game.
If anybody has the original Xbox, the game that you need to get is Left 4 Dead, not Left 4 Dead, the Land of the Dead, Road to Fiddler's Green, the zombie game that started all with the first person,
What
and
game is
also the Suffering and the Suffering Ties That Bind.
what game is this for the original Xbox again?
The Land of the Dead, Road to Fiddler's Green.
That I never heard of. I have to check that out. I have it. I have the original Xbox. I just never.
Yeah, with this, it takes place right before the movie Land of the Dead. So you're this farmer. You're going from place to place to get out of the country, to get out of the city, to go to a safe zone.
Oh, okay.
And then the Suffering games, you're this inmate in a prison where you're framed for murder, and there's these demon-looking things popping up, killing inmates and everything. You got to get your way. You got to get off the prison island to get to back to Boston.
Right. That I've that I no that that the Suffering I've played a little bit. I just never played that fully. But yeah, the Suffering
And
I've played a little.
with the Suffering games, if you end up saving people, you end up being this demonic creature, but you're a blue colored one instead of a red colored one. It's weird. Like there would be this as you're going through the first one, getting out of the prison. There would look like there's this gas chamber that looks like it's an inmate, but instead of pushing the to execute him, it's really a guard. So there's these demons that are messing with your head.
That yeah that I do remember. was a while ago, but man, I played that game a while ago, but I do remember it. Yeah.
I was like 14, 15 when that game came out.
Came out, I think, maybe early 2000s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like it came out right when N64 was going down, and the Nintendo console that came right after N64, the GameCube. Yeah, but I had the PlayStation Super Slim. You know how there's the Super Slim is only a 12 gig
For the
hard frame.
for which one, PS3 or the PS4?
No, my PS3 is the PS3 Super Slim. You know how it only has 12 gigs.
I thought the PS the super well my PS Slim has more than I think more than 12 I think. Unless you're
Because I
thinking
know there's the PS3, there's the Slim, and then there's the Super Slim. That's the size of the PS2 Slim.
yeah.
12 gig, that's pretty shit.
Oh, right. Oh, okay, yeah. No, okay, yeah, you're right.
The one that I have is ended up being 12 gigs, so I was gonna send it off to Sony for them to put more RAM in it. So I ended up just buying this hard drive off of Amazon that had 500 gigs on it. Just popped that in there, then closed it instead of paying $200 to ship it.
Fucking.
My favorite games though are the ones that on the original PlayStation, especially the horror games because it has that gritty look to it to make it more spooky.
Yeah, it's got that
Like
sexy feeling to it, yeah.
same thing with me when I was in high school. There was the Resident Evil fans, and then there was the Devil May Cry fans. I played Devil May Cry 1, 2, and 3. 4 was good because you only got to play Dante for a little bit. But then once they remade it and made Dante basically a pussy little emo bitch. Yeah, he wasn't a smart ass and he wasn't cocky. He was just pretty much an asshole.
Right. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to switch accounts. I'll be right back. Hold up.
Right. All right. Welcome back. But yeah, with the Devil May Cry franchise, Dante was never half demon, half angel. He was always half human, half demon. Where in the original storyline, Dante's father was a demon, Sparta, and the devil was enslaving humanity through demons. So Sparta, he ended up fighting against Satan, killing his fellow kind, and ended up falling in love with a woman. And he ended up being killed. So Dante found out about it. He has a twin brother, Virgil, where Virgil in the original one, the reason why Virgil was turned evil is because he was pretty much brainwashed.
Yo, what do you think of this? Speaking of Devil May Cry, check this out.
That's badass.
Yeah, this actually only this is originally supposed to be this is actually from Devil May Cry 4. See Dante's design, his clothing's from Devil May Cry 4. This actually was originally supposed to be like $300 or $200 or such, 250. I got this for like only 150. That's pretty good.
That's damn good.
Yeah, right? It's awesome. Oh wait, hold up. One more thing.
That's cool, man. That's badass.
Yeah, no, these are like
See, with him,
huh?
I like Nero a lot better than the remake of Dante. Because with Nero, he ended up having his arm chopped off in battle, and he had a demon arm replaced it. Where if you have your enemy 20 feet away, you can like throw that freaking arm, grab him, and rip him apart.
Right. I didn't mind the Devil May Cry game that much, actually. The remake, I didn't mind it that much. I mean, it wasn't as good as the others, obviously, but I actually didn't mind it that much, to be honest. But that's just me. So whatever.
If you like the Devil May Cry games, the old school original ones, if you go to Amazon,
the original ones are.
If you go to Amazon, you can pay $300 and you can have a hand forged, folded katana of Virgil's katana from Devil May Cry 3.
I saw that, yeah. $200 is too much.
This video that I saw of it, the guy stuck it in a vise and he bent it and then it springs back.
Not bad. $200 is a little too rich for me, though, personally.
I was back in the 90s. I was a big fan of the Highlander TV show. And I had this sword from Highlander, the TV show. I have Duncan's sword. That's 250 out of 5,000.
How much did you pay for that? If you don't mind me asking.
I ended up paying $90 for it. It was originally 190.
You only paid $90 for it? That's pretty good.
Yeah, it was on sale because I have Amazon Prime.
Legit, yeah. No, I'm on Amazon Prime too. They're actually pretty good. Like, honestly, they kick going to retail stores' ass big time. They do collect some of the other stuff too. Like, hold on, let me show you this. If you like the last Transformers, if you like the last Transformers film, I actually have this too.
I haven't seen the last one.
The movie's kind of stupid, but I got the figure, which is actually I like the figure. So.
What I would like to see if Michael Bay takes his head out of his ass and has Beast Wars, where they're all these animals and everything.
That would be pretty rad.
Here, this is the Highlander sword I'm talking about.
That was the one you got off their site? Or?
Yeah, off of Amazon.
It was only $90? Is it still $90 or?
I don't know, but I got it like a couple while ago.
Good deal, though, man. Sick.
It's like exactly detailed and everything.
Oh yeah, for sure.
See the comment on it.
And that's an authentic. That's an authentic from the actual production team and whatnot.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice.
Here, if you look at the head again.
Yeah, that's the dragon that from the series.
Yeah. This is the authentic version. I'll show you the knockoff.
Right, right. That's the knockoff that you see in some certain stores sometimes, right?
Right.
Yeah, I saw those. I saw them. Mm.
And this right here, this is the that's like a wall hanger.
Mm.
Then look at the spine of this one.
Oh yeah, you can definitely tell the difference. But couldn't you? Wasn't the knockoff like that probably wouldn't cost you that much, right? The knockoff probably cost you like what, 30
Well,
bucks?
I got a set. I got this one. I got the Wachowski, and I got the Kanto for $60.
Mm.
With me, the reason why I like the katana is because back when I was 10 and a half to 11, I ended up taking Taekwondo,
Mhm.
and the only weapon that I got up to before the dojo closed down was the katana.
No, I've always been big in like collecting things. You know, I've always liked to. I'm a collector of sorts. Like I collect sometimes like geek stuff, like props from movies, statues from movies. Like actually, I got two of these recently for pretty cheap.
Right.
If you watch the Hobbit films or if you like those Lord of the Rings films, I actually got these two for pretty cheap.
The Lord of the Rings films are actually pretty good.
Yeah, I got these two. These are actually like they're statues from the scenes, like from the Hobbit film.
Mm-hmm.
That one, and then there's the big. They're kind of like on my desk right here. So.
Right.
Alright, well, actually, it's actually getting a little late on my end, and I do have to head to sleep. So I'll see you guys. See you guys around. Hey, Stealth, you don't mind if I follow you on Google Plus?
No, go ahead, man.
All right, let me see your profile here. All right, cool. Thanks, man. Hold on, let me take yeah. All right, dude. Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
All right, guys. Unfortunately, I gotta get up for that stupid thing called work tomorrow. So, y'all know how that is, right?
Right.
All right. Yeah, it was good talking to you guys. Spellbinder, Stealth. Take it easy, man.
Yeah. Peace.
Peace.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to Carterstown.
You still have that be right back thing on your screen, brother?
Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of that. Oh, there we go. It's only you and me? Really? That's it? Oh, what happened to everyone else? I thought I had an audience, and it all
No,
goes.
my hair's in a rat's nest, and it looks like hell.
Where's Van Helton when you need him? I'll bring
Not Van
everybody.
Helton, it's Vaughn Helton. I'm Vaughn Helton.
Vaughn Helton. Where's he at when we need him to bring everyone in?
Okay, Spellbinder.
Yeah.
Test me on this. See how good I am with being like a Norse pagan Christian. The Norse pagan is like the Viking style of pagan. Okay, you have the Vikings, they believe that they believe Odin created the earth and the heavens.
Yeah, Odin did. He gave up an eye to become wise.
And you have Freya, which is the goddess of love and magic.
Wasn't that his wife?
Yeah, that was
Okay.
the third wife.
Third
Then you have
wife.
Thor. Then you have Thor, which is
The sun.
Thor is the god of lightning and the elements.
Yeah.
His hammer was forged out of a dying star.
Wow.
And with me, what's cool is that going way back on my mom's side is Vikings, all the way from Scandinavia.
Well, I'm Norse and myself. I'm
Actually, going back to Denmark, see with the Danish Vikings, they were the ones that had the dragon head ship on them.
wow.
And the Vikings didn't have the horns on their helmets. Those were the Scandians. The Scandians were like the Vikings that had the horns, but the Vikings, they only had the metal helmet that came from the head down to here.
And I'm only Samai.
You know,
Samai people, the reindeer people. Reindeer people.
invite some people in, man. You know what I want you to do, man?
What?
I want you to do a spell and make me a vampire.
Make you a vampire? My golly, I'm just a Samai. I don't know about that, but I know about reindeer.
Okay, can you give me do a spell so at least I can be in the middle of the night in pitch black? Let me have the ability like Riddick.
I'd like to have my eyes shined, but that's another story. Have your eyes shined.
Man, I would love that shit, man. Just live out, go out in the middle of pitch black, and when the UN troops come out here, just I'll flash a gas. I'll cut another hole in your ass. I'll leave you laying on the fucking lawn in a bloodbath. Boys and girls, like next time, Happy J the Clown has a nursery rhyme.
Oh, you could, that's one of the abilities R9 having is night vision like that, where you could just see everything around you. You look around and you go, oh. And then there's flight. I mean, there's all types of Marvel Comics covers all that. Flight, super strength, and from Thor and stuff, and I mean, it's just.
Okay, I want your honest opinion. If Thor came down and met me and Von Helton, and both of us that were pagans, who would Thor take back to Asgard to let one of us meet Odin?
Probably you. You over Von Helton. And look at Von Helton in one look and go. It's funny, but it's true. It's funny, but it's true.
You can
You'd
just
be
look at me.
invited up to
Brother,
Asgard.
you can just look at me and you can already tell I'm Danish descent. From the cheekbones, the nose, the forehead, jaw.
Yeah, amazed you changed your Avacon into that, but I'm just like, oh,
Oh, that picture that I have up there, that was me when I was 22, 23. Yeah, I'm 20
You look
years.
totally different than your,
Well,
know,
you're saying I look older?
videos. Yeah, you look older on that.
Well, I look older on right now or in the picture.
In the avatar picture. Yeah.
Well, shit, that I shaved my head with that, man. I was living down south in Virginia during the summertime. It gets from 118 degrees to 100 and sometimes it's like 110, 115. It can go all the way up to 120 degrees. So I'm like,
Wow.
in wintertime, 60 degrees. So I'm like, oh my god, with a foot of snow, that's how deep it gets there. But yeah, don't know why. I don't hate Von Hilton at all. Me and him, I have him on my friends list on Facebook, but
Well, I ran into Van Houten in another
what?
site,
Oh, and
and
I was
we
about
were
ready to say we ran
probably,
into him in person.
I had no problem talking to him and everything. He welcomed me as if I was a buddy and everything, and it was like, oh, okay, okay. After we had our incident back in the day, a couple of years ago, and
Is
he's
the Predator? No, absolutely not. Do I believe that he's
no.
far off on some things? Yeah. Do I believe he's
Well, invite
head
him
on,
on. You
head
got a
on?
better connection than I do, probably, to
He's
Von
actually
Houten.
spot on a lot of things like the solar flares, moon, the moon bases.
Oh yeah, I
And
mean,
this is what I don't
real
understand. I don't
rubber.
believe in I don't believe in global warming. You know why? Scientists are saying it's CO2 that's causing warming, causing the planet being warmer. How dumb do you sound right now? We breathe in oxygen. We breathe out CO2.
And the
Plants
plants
breathe
eat it.
in.
Yeah,
Plants breathe in CO2, breathe out oxygen. So
that's it. That's the secret. And I think he only reads headlines sometimes, and
and
he
another
just
good
comes
stuff
up
about
with
it,
his
that there
conception.
is more solar, there's more ice plates now in the Antarctica than what there was, because the government only shows the ice when it's small during the summertime instead of big during the wintertime.
Oh, yeah. That's what Al Gore's film was about. He went
Yeah, if
out
you
there
look
and
at his stuff,
filmed them
all the stuff he
crumbling
says,
away in the spring and says, look, it's global warming. And all these, ices is falling into the sea. And it's like, it does that every year. You talk to a ranger in that area, a park ranger, and you go, yeah, yeah, that just falls every year. And these guys came up here and filmed it and said, we're just filming these, ice caps melting.
see what's sad,
And,
they couldn't have filmed it during the wintertime because they would have froze to death.
oh, yeah,
Because it
I
gets
mean,
0 below up there with
we're in the
40
middle
mile
ice
with
age.
40-mile wind chill.
It's a mini ice age that we're under right now. And it's getting
And not
bigger
only
and
that, I
bigger,
believe what
stronger.
Von Houten and Alex Jones are saying. It's not global warming. It's not the Earth. The sun is getting hotter.
The sun's getting hotter, if anything. There's proof that the polar ice caps on Mars is melting. Therefore, we are
Oh, and
creating
that's
that,
another thing.
according to Al Gore.
Mars is a total dead planet. Mars has rings on it and it has water on it.
Oh, tons of it. Yeah.
And there's oxygen on Mars. If you
Oh,
could
yeah.
leave right now, if somebody gave you a choice right now, leave Earth and go live on Mars, what would you do? take all the stuff you have now and go to Mars.
I go to Mars, and I would have to adapt to the higher altitudes at sea level. It would be like Mount Charleston in Nevada. You have to go up there.
So
You have
here's
to.
another thing. Most people don't know that Mars also has a other sun.
It's got all types of stuff.
See, think about it. Us being born on Earth, going to another planet, we'd be like Superman. And the people that were born there, they'd be like walking on with us. We'd be like,
That reminds me of the movie Carter. When Carter
wouldn't you
came
like
out,
that,
and he
man?
was able
Think
to
about it.
jump and do all this stuff in the movie, and these people thought he could jump 15, 20 feet up in the air and land and stuff.
Shit,
I've
I was
seen the movie
so like,
Carter,
instead of
and
jumping up 50
that would
feet, what
be
if you
what
had
it would be
every
like.
single power? What if you had every single power Superman had?
Oh yeah, we'd be like Superman on Mars.
I'd be like, oh, Hillary Clinton, icicle,
I mean, this is
Michael
the
Moore.
movie Carter. I
You know
don't know
what?
if you've seen that movie yet, but there was a movie called Carter where he was
Yeah, I've seen that where the guy comes back from like his time is like the World War One.
18
No, the
something.
Civil War. He's like serving in the Civil War. He's going to get gold, and he's shot on Mars through like a vortex. And there's these alien-looking things that are like, he's gonna kill us. He's gonna kill us. Oh, la, 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 la.
And he was able to jump, 50. Actually, it was like 50 feet in the air, and he was
No, it
able
was
to
more like
do this
100,
stuff.
man. Because
Sort of
50
run
feet
on.
would be like this. It would be like with him, he's just.
That was an amazing movie. I actually liked that
You know
movie.
what I would have
I
liked,
sat
man?
down and watched it and
What I would
several
like
times.
is if something like that happened to me and there's like people looking like me, I'd be kung fu fight, man. I'd be like, everybody is kung fu fighting, flipping and shit, like that, the old Chinese
Do it.
film.
You could be doing it just like in the films, jumping
I'd be
50 feet in the air and going, ah, and come down on them.
like, David B. Only one. It's Martian time.
Martian time.
No, it's Martian time. Dragon Sword.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, did you hear they're remaking Mad Max?
We're making what?
They're remaking Mad Max.
Oh, Mad Max.
Cool,
How
man.
can you not
One
do
man
it with without the actor that originally did it?
Mel Gibson. Did you know when he filmed that back in '78?
Yeah, I think it was
Is it
78.
'78? Yeah, '78. He was only 25 years old.
You know who was younger when he did the Harlequin Man? He
Yeah,
played the
but
chauffeur on the Harlequin Man.
I know, but
And
the thing that got him super famous was the Road Warrior,
yeah,
where originally, like, when it came out over in Australia, it was '78. When it came over in the States, it was '81. Because
wow.
everybody in the film was Australian descent, and that's why they had a lot of the Australian accent, and his character was Australian. So the Australian version, there's somebody voicing over him in the movie. But if you go for the
Mhm.
American version, everybody is still Australian except him. It's like they had to refilm his scenes again, where when his character is talking, it's actually his voice coming out instead of the Australian voice actor.
Ooh, that's different. That's different.
See, that's what I was talking about, man. I have the green around the pupils on top of the blue of my eye. Look at that.
Interesting. Interesting.
I also have black around the blue part by the retina.
Yeah. It's Wednesday night. It's now Thursday morning.
Hell, get Dusty the Clown on here.
You can't. Butt on here. You gotta get Dusty the butt. I don't know.
Yeah, get Von Helton in.
Keep me awake. It's my bedtime almost at 4 o'clock almost.
Oh man, stay up.
Yeah.
Working.
No, not at this moment. I'm not working. I'm in those in
Go
between
stay up.
time.
Let's talk, man.
I'm still
I can get some.
working contractor jobs, whatnot. And
Oh, get Skullground in. You watch his videos off of YouTube? The guy that talks about swords and everything? What's, let's talk about something so people can get in. You want to talk about video games? Horror movies? Sorry about my accent, man. It's hard as hell to understand me, like, on here because I, before I lived in Jersey, I lived in out west in Idaho from 3 up till 11 years old, so that's why there's the western accent. Can you tell? Where are you going, city boy? You got a party mouth. You squeal like a pig. Okay, it's just me then. So, how's everybody doing tonight? Well, and got to go, and you guys take care. Bye bye.